Ad break's over, which means I don't give a shit about what happens from here forward. And this is the point where I switch over to the gaming screen and completely forget that I haven't opened the game yet. Fantastic. Hi, Ordain. Fantastic.
Can't spread over every egg.
It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Anyway, how was your weekend, chat? How are you doing? Welcome in. What shenanigans have you been up to? Why are you on the wrong monitor, game? Got some extra time? What do you mean? Oh, that's right. What is it? European winter time? I thought y'all didn't do something like daylight savings. Didn't you? It's okay. We're going to have daylight savings here. I think it's in like 2 weeks. I think it's like 2 weeks and then we're going to fall backwards. Let me see. Where's my calendar? There it is. It is, yeah, it's actually this weekend. Okay, it's this Sunday. It's this Sunday. Also got me. I do not understand why we still have these like fucking nighttime changes. I think they're stupid. I think they are very stupid. Scar helped me my weekend. Oh no, Murdoch, I'm so sorry. Holy shit, okay, hold on. 3 stream streak from Sevis. Biscuit Ghost, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry I missed you earlier. Void, thank you for the 9 months. Holy shit, what's our baby's name? Prey got first today. Melissa, thank you for the 7 stream streak. And then fucking Beef with the 90 stream streak. Jesus. I'm gonna turn the game volume down a little bit for now. Some extra sunlight? That's stupid. It does not change the amount of sunlight in a day. Just get up early or farm in the middle of the night. We have technology now. It's still so stupid, but we needed to give extra time to farmers. Oh, tell me, where did this mystical extra hour come from? What has it changed? What has it changed? Don't scream at me. I'm not screaming at you, Ordain. I'm screaming at everybody. For countries that do this dumb as hell daylight savings time, it changes nothing. Old ass farts. I can't imagine what they were thinking. It was like, guys, if we wind the time backwards, then we'll be able to get more sunlight in. Huh? I swear that has to be rooted in some sort of capitalism or feudalism, right? Right? Some loose knit that's like, guys, we really want you working here at 6 a.m. But around this time, 6 a.m. is still dark in the morning. So we're going to like jump the time around a little bit so that you get here right at daylight time. Don't forget 1300. That's 1 p.m. Why 1 p.m.? Hi, Jackie. How are you doing? Oh, my goodness. We have lights. Yeah, I mean, have you seen some of the fucking Dutch and Scandinavian farming and forestry equipment? That shit's bonkers. You could light up an entire fucking cornfield. Plus, there's people in the United States that only do night farming. Anytime harvest season comes around, I get it on TikTok. And I get so many videos of farmers showing off their equipment or making memes about the harvesters and the fact that their 102-year-old grandpa, never lets anybody else drive the harvester. It's always funny. It was just it's like a teenager or something. He was like, me wondering if my dad's gonna let me use the harvester, and then my 50-year-old dad wondering when his dad's gonna let him use the harvester. I love those memes. I love those memes. It's very funny with how many things where it is. There's 90 to 100-year-old grandparents. They're like, nah, I drive the harvester. You chuckle fucks get to drive the trucks. On the combine harvester? No, the fuck it ain't. No, the fuck it ain't, because grandma's in the combine harvester. Combine harvester. Step inside. Hey, Mario, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Are you related to Luigi? Carbine? Yes. Carbine harvester. Half-Life. Good job, Void. Good job, Ordain. I'm proud of you. Anyway, I don't know why I said carbine. Where did I think carbine? I don't know. Combine. Also, wait a fucking second. Why do we have 226? Who donated $25? When did I miss that completely? Who did that? Out of my own personal interest, do you like the game or VTMP 1 more? I like this game more. Because at least the stealth in this game actually works. And when it doesn't work, it works in the player's favor. Instead of working in the enemy's favor. I could not figure out late game when we have a grand total of 8 stealth rating that we still can't sneak up on some bunk ass hunter standing in the dark. It's so stupid. Oh, thank you, Jackie. I'm enjoying this game. I did get a couple spoilers over the weekends, but I absolutely refuse to talk about them. God damn it, squats. Just did leg day today. Not critics say it's no good. It's because the people that like have been into like Bloodlines 1 and stuff wanted something else. And again, there's so many people that are like, yeah, for a vampire game, this is great, but it's not like a sequel to Bloodlines, which, yeah, I agree with, but it is a good fucking thing. All right, we'll do 45 squats. Yes, we will do the squats for the 25. Kazik. Oh, no. Kazik. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Aligned with those. The thing was, we knew what this game was going to be months in advance. It's like when people, if you played this game, then you know the fact that when they announced like a month or two ago, that the La Sombra and the Torgador were going to be DLC clans, and then people just fucking exploded. We knew that they were going to be DLC clans. We've known that there were going to be 2 DLC clans that were going to be bonus content for at least 2 years. It is so stupid to watch people suddenly be like, what do you mean you're doing the thing that you told us you were going to do? Huh? Yes, every $1 is 1 squat to the charity. Oh, let me do the exclamation mark. Speaking of charity. Do that, then let me pin it. That's important. That's important. Already on it. Already on it. Bloodlines and the Blood Hunts. I played Blood Hunts. Blood Hunts pretty fun. I actually heard apparently they're shutting the servers down in like April. I'm pretty sure. I try to do them all in a row. So when I do the 20 squats that Pip then redeemed, I will also do the extra 25. We did the 200 when was it? Thursday? Step inside. Def Gamer, thank you for the follow. I'm 2D. I can't sign to you. I'm sorry. Shocked when I blew up an almond factory when they know I have said I would do it. Listen. Let me take a 1K loan. Oh. Listen, y'all can... I will play Fortnite on stream if we hit the 1,000. This is going to run until Friday. Technically Thursday, because we're not going to be live Friday. We're going to be over on Mage. Oh, thank you, Pippin. Heavy stealth. I will adore this one. It's the heavy stealth option is there. I wasn't saying it's heavy stealth. You can... Thank you for another 25, Axio. Or bullying the Tremere because she's flusterable and it's adorable. I don't understand the Oshi bit either, but they just let it roll. Because they like it and because they kind of deserve it because they're Tremere. But no, what I was saying about the stealth in this game, in Bloodlines 1, stealth is unforgiving. Like, you have to max out stealth for it to be useful from Chinatown and beyond. Otherwise, it's just completely useless, and you might as well just go guns blazing. In this game, you can go completely guns blazing. You can sneak around and pick every single one off. You can throw things around to distract them, or you can just absolutely remove people from reality. It's great. Each option actually feels kind of real, as opposed to when you start playing Bloodlines 1, and the further you go on, the less feasible certain builds become. All Guns Blazing by Judas Priest? No. Savi's kind of adorable. She is. Reestablished. Huh? What the fuck is happening? Is it the modem? Hello? I don't even see chat moving. Okay. Okay, we're reconnected. Yeah, OBS disconnected, but it looks like everything went down. And then I looked down at, I don't know, my modem did something, I think. I hope you're well, aside from Twitch being a fuck. This one wasn't Twitch's end. This was my end, apparently. I looked down, too, and it looked like my modem had, like, turned off. Chat moving at light speed? No, chat not moving at all. I didn't catch up. It just started putting everything back in. OBS, order a boomer software. It's the only good one. No, this is not an Amazon side thing. Man, I thought VTM Blood Hunts. I miss that game so much. You might want to get it in Dissociative. Apparently they're shutting the servers down in April. Push a firmware update to your router? I don't think so. I honestly don't know. Supposed to be unavailable, is it? Hold on, let me check something. Our baby's name is Jimothy. All right, thank you, Void. Thank you very much. I'm glad to have Jimothy. That's an axe. That is just an axe. Because they already planned for the shutdown long ago, but they let the servers active till next April. Yeah. Yep. Which really sucks. Really sucks. I don't know, Murdoch. Let me go see. Rewards, power-ups. There. Pause the stream. Paused redemption rewards of this type? Huh? Oh, did somebody paused it? Oh, I know which one this is. Never mind. I should not have done that. Damn it. Somebody pause it again. Pause the stream doesn't work for some fucking reason. Yeah, because it's broken. It is set up exactly the same way it has always been. Hi, Andy. Thank you for the 20 stream streak. But for some reason, it doesn't work. It's set up pretty much just like Record Scratch. Hi, Routine. It basically does the, instead of doing the... I'm trying to remember exactly. It's... Here, maybe we can test it. Let me see real quick. Let me go find the redeem. Twitch channel points. Pause the stream. Test. It does nothing. It is a smorgasbord of just OBS like activates, and for whatever reason it doesn't work. Oh, there it is. Oh, I remember what it was. Also the sound doesn't exist anymore. It's the to be continued thing. It's the to be continued thing, like it's JoJo. That's what it used to be, but now it's broken as shit. Now it's broken to hell. I don't think it had the to be continued arrow at the bottom. It used to have it. Doesn't anymore. This is boring now after announcement. Wait, the announcement of Blood Hunt? The Blood Hunt being shut down? Yeah, the thing is, though, is I had it like previously custom made and like edited down to the right size so that it all functioned together. This is story time. This is story time by Nightwish. Dio messed up the JoJo. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's very similar to Record Scratch. Let me... Okay, where is it? Pause the stream. Oh, thank you. There it is. Okay. Manage request. Know your own redeems. Sometimes I forget about them if they've been... I should just delete that one, I think. Right? Right? Shouldn't I? Nightwish's most recent album was a banger. Ooh. I don't know what their most recent one was. I do not know her. All right, we need to do these. I almost said push-ups, but that is not what these are. These are squats. All right. So we have to do 70 squats. Okay. All right. Had the song The Antikythera Mechanism, and that one was a banger. Haven't heard it. I only have Nightwish's Imaginarium album saved in this playlist. And I have their collector's vinyl behind me. Or just push-ups for legs. I mean, kind of? Maybe a little bit? I don't know how definitive that is. All right. Okay. Yeah, once we hit 500, I will do another Hello Kitty Island Adventure stream. All right, let's do this. 70 squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I did not, Envy. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's only if your account is young, I think is the thing that I have it set to, is your account either has to be like a month old or you have to be phone verified. That sounds like a mobile bug. Okay. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
Come on, let's step into the
26,
macabre halls of the
27.
dark
Kaya,
carnival.
no! Oh, 27,
And
hold on. Let me
please
get 30.
enjoy
28,
the show.
29, 30. What do you mean, what is wrong? When did after doing 15? Gotta keep going.
Well, look at you.
King of Crows, thank you for the follow. Welcome, Iterators. Those of you from Kaya's who know me, my name is Martin, the ringleader of Dark Carnival. I usually play games that are dark, spooky, and terrifying. Or recently, my new addiction, Bloodlines 2, that came out last week. Whew. I'm also doing a charity stream for the Gamers Outreach Spooktacular Streamathon. And I'm being forced to do squats. 1 squat for every $1 donated. We did 200 last time, and we've already had people donate $50 since then. And then somebody's also redeemed an additional 20, so I have to do 70 squats right now. Thank you so much for the raid, though. Welcome in, guys. We are also making the slow crawl towards partner. Every little bit does help. So if you'd like to hang out, chill, do all that jazz, that is always greatly appreciated. So if you want to hang out and watch Bloodlines and watch me terrorize all of Seattle, more power to you, baby. Come join the party. All right, I still got to do 40 more, so let's do this. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Hi, Grizz. 38, 39, 40. Go get your after stream care, Kaya. Thank you so much for the raid. It really does mean a lot. You give me the most trades out of, I think, anybody these days, and it really does. Live last summer, and man, they put on a wild show. I am not surprised. I lost count. Where the fuck was I? Did I just make it to 40? 45? We'll start from 40. I have no idea where I was. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, nice, 70. All right. Okay. I love this game. I've had to take a break because the game gave me a major choice and it gave me anxiety. Oh boy. I'm very excited because we've only got to have 2 days of this game. And I've wanted to play more since Thursday, but I have not touched it because I want our entire first playthrough to be on stream. Whew. Give me a second. It's always after you sit down, after doing the big batch, where like the real exhaustion comes in. Testosterone. I'm also reading that as testosterone. Oh my goodness. All right, but how was your stream? Anybody who still hears from Kaya? What were y'all doing again? I had it open, but I already forgot what it was. I had to close it because my internet went kaput a minute ago, and I was like, I'm gonna reduce the asset load, so I like closed all the streams I had open. Testosterone, my favorite soup. Listen. Oh, that's right, the weapon thing. Y'all were just over what, 100 of something? Can I go and get dinner? Sure, noob. You better leave the stream open. I'll know if you didn't. Oh no. My favorite Greek hero, testosterone. Testosterone. I'm gonna watch it while eating, hell yeah. The lobster biscuit is my favorite, beer BB. Homosexual clown! Mods, shoot that nomad. Not starving to watch go round. Kind of weird, not gonna lie. What? Debt, give all your money to give it all to me. Debt. What are you on about, Ordain? What debt have you accumulated? Homosexual clown. Mods, shoot them. You're gonna get the wall for sure. All right. Let's do the game audio back up. We've done our squats so we can play the game early. This is our reward. Until somebody gives me another thingamadoohickey. All right. Okay, we have to deliver a package. That's right. Okay. Yeah, I picked up the quest just so that we would get a quick save. Because this game does not have automated saves. Also, just in case anybody wants to see our character, there's our sexy beast. She's fantastic. Although, hold on, do we want to change her hair? She's single? Yes. But she's mine. I think I like the darker gray. I just realized this, I think, is supposed to be like the completely natural hair of the Nomad. And she already has graying hair. Don't you mean she's fantastic? Shut up. Okay, let's go this. Actually, hold on. Also, why can't I hear the... There we go. I want to at least be able to hear the heartbeat. What clan? We're playing the Sombra. I do kind of want to get some more... Also, we're kind of lagging a little bit. I do want to get some more... Wait, where did my marker go? Hello? Said between here and...
Jesus, it's cold tonight.
Oh, man. Okay. Okay, so this is only giving me a large area. I have to find her.
Fucking snow in Seattle. Sheesh.
Said it was between Muldoon's and you? Just right inside this. Okay, there we go. Howdy.
Step back!
Ma'am, there's a...
You? I have a package for you.
Hola.
Thank you.
Tito word of the day, scoliosis. Why scoliosis? I want to hit him to get the map, but... You know what? Let's see. Oh. Okay. That's fine. Let's go to this event. Free event.
Bad night to our heels.
Okay. Yeah, we need to start pulling some of this because mainly not because I want some of the powers, but because I want some of the outfits. Howdy.
Oh shit!
Go on. Take your time. You gonna run?
I don't want to die.
Oh, hello.
Step inside, step inside.
No, no, just go away!
That's right.
I'll
Keep running
do
into the alley.
anything.
Keep running into the alley.
Stay away!
Uh oh, come on. Get
Leave
closer
me
to her. Get
alone.
closer to her.
The truck!
Why was they struggling so much to catch up to her? Good lord. That was way longer than I expected it to be. Okay. Let's see. How much do we have right now? We need a lot of purple and a lot of red. Good thing we got another one. There are a couple pissed off guys right here. How you doing, buddy? Oh, I can't. Oh, that's right. You can't induce it in the homeless people. Because for some reason this game won't let you talk to them. Although this person I can probably terrify.
Damn. You're really pretty. I mean,
Aww.
sorry. I get a bit flustered around.
What is the ministry? The ministry is the old Setites. Oh, okay, never mind. They weren't having it. We spray painting over here?
One last thing. Gotta really nail this.
I'd rather starve than eat this crap? Howdy.
Oh, I was,
Now go ahead. Go ahead. You were painting a little chicken on the wall?
no, just go away. I'll do anything.
It's fine. It's fine. Come on.
Get away from me! Help!
This is why you can't leave the carnival? True. Too gorgeous. Too gorgeous. She keeps getting stuck on other NPCs because she's cutting corners.
Please!
It is very funny that she just runs right past the comp. Come on, you've got to go into an alley at some point.
They're trying to kill me!
You'll always pass into
Stay
an
away!
alley.
Leave me alone!
Turning back.
Jesus! Help
Come
me!
on, come on. Oh, come on.
Slow night. I'm so bored.
They're just standing there in the
Just
casual
don't
pose when
kill
she
me.
bumps into someone. There we go. That's more like it.
Please! Oh.
Easy peasy, baby. Good lord. I swear this animation has got longer as the game goes on. Alright. Now let's go find Nico. It's done that way. Oh, Nico! Wait, was this shop? It's not in Chinatown. It's just outside, I'm pretty sure. The running sound is so dumb. Which part? The ones where she's like yelling, calling for help, or something else? Also, does anybody know from Hunter if that's another Hunter's mark? Does Nico use the Hunter's mark as the logo, or I feel like we saw that mark somewhere else in the game. Hi, Nico.
I heard what happened at Atrium.
How blood resonance works from the TTRPG. It gives you bonuses depending on what kind of resonance you have and to certain powers. It's very tedious. Is there wrong? I might say it's right.
My attention?
There is.
Symbol of pawnbrokers?
Caro is an angry man. He regularly pawns
Thank you for the 10
this
stream
ring
streak, Ghost.
and
Holy
buys him
shit.
back to propose marriage to each new conquest. His real wife believes he works hard.
I have this end.
Wait, what? He marries other women to sell the ring? Let's see if we can get any of the powers. I don't think we can. I don't think we have enough points. Yeah. Unseen Aura is a pretty good ability. 400, 650. Okay, so we're gonna need a lot more fear. A lot more fear. Source was a pawnbroker? Really? Is that true, or are you making that up? Okie dokie. Huh. Okay, so they can go through buildings. That's interesting. I think that's the first time we've seen the Central go through a building we couldn't go into, right?
Food, drink, whatever you can spare, please.
Again, I wish we could actually... I wish this game had a money system. I wish we could earn some money and actually buy things. Does V20 also have it? No. Because it's tedious and really annoying. Oh, he went in and then came right back out, basically. I have not played in a prolonged V5 campaign, and almost every time we just ignore resonance. It does give bonuses on occasion, but more often than not, it's not quite that fun to track. If you understand what I mean. It's just one of those things that feels like overly tedious for a bonus that isn't super necessary. The more mun, the more fun. It's not just that. I do wish we could have actually gotten, like, guns and stuff. Oh, hey.
This is it.
Hi.
The last one I need tonight.
Can I talk to you now? There we go.
Is this your car? Sorry.
It's not. Oh, were you supposed to be trying to break into a car? I think she's in the wrong place. I think she's supposed to be trying to break into a car. I think most of these events for, like, the people that are afraid, I'm not 100% sure, but I think they're supposed to be doing, like, criminal stuff, which is why, like, they're, others are doing, like, graffiti, but this one, I think she was supposed to be breaking into a car.
Help, please.
There's one pissed off guy. Come on, man. I don't want to get too far away from the trail.
Get away from me. Help.
Oh, we've looped back to the other end of the trail. Oh, man.
No, no, just go away. Oh,
Oh, son of a bitch.
oh my God. Just don't kill me.
That's fine. That's whatever.
Jesus God, help!
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Jesus H.
Oh, come on. We can't even... Oh, there we go. That's why I was like, how do we get up to that roof? It's not the roof. Oh, hi, guys. Should have known. Into a graffiti. She's breaking into a graffiti. Depends. Yes, it very much depends on the GM.
Gimme fucks.
Y'all just say that randomly when you don't even know if one's here. I feel like that's the case. Nah. Hi.
Miracle, I don't freeze to death.
No.
What do you mean?
Is it marking him or is it marking the path? It's definitely marking the path. Le sex shop. Does Seattle have sex
big
shops
parking
still?
garage, can't miss it. I take it carefully. Willem is easy to spook.
Wait, what? Oh, wait, are we right next to the... Oh, we are. Yeah, we're right next
Spare
to the...
dollar?
Just give me my
appreciate
money,
the help.
fucking thing.
Oh, you were him. What's up, shithead?
Hey, what the fuck? You after my money?
Come on.
Hands on your head!
Uh-oh.
Son of a bitch.
Oh! Oh! He killed the cop. Oh, no. Night City's not gonna let that one go.
Nico's target dealt with. We should let him know.
Damn. Better call this in.
That's hilarious. Wait, why did I suddenly get a pip of... Weird.
Hey, there's no I in team, but there's an I in penis.
Really?
Miracle, I don't freeze to death.
I can't talk to you, so I kind of have to wait until everybody is out of view-ish.
You are looking fine as hell.
That did work out. I kind of wanted the resonance, but that's fine. That's fine. Fine, fine, fine. You gotta love the easy ones sometimes. Was not paying attention for a second. It was literally about to run past the place.
Good to see you still in one piece.
He was just a dude.
Carl's wife is grieving, they tell me. I will send her a letter. It is only fitting that she know the truth.
Aw. He's probably not gonna have something else for me to do.
My attention?
I need to consult my list of names. Perhaps later.
Okay. Yeah, and we definitely don't have...
speaking to you again.
Was it 600 of the fear? Wheel of punishments! Oh, man. Alright, hold on. Oh, hey, they added a texture to the wheel of punishment. 25 push-ups? No. Okay. Are you proud of yourself, Mr. Calamity? Are you proud of yourself? One mission every night for a major event for all the side quest stuff? Yeah, pretty much. I usually try, since this is the first playthrough, I try to do all of the side missions first before we go do the main thing. Which, yeah, we're going to meet Willem. Yes? Okay. Then we'll pause. I need to do these 25 push-ups. Let me get the chair out of here. All right. Session 26? Fuck yeah, I did. My stomach was upset the entire time, but I still had fun. There was a lot more stuff I wanted to say during that session, but it worked out in the end. I felt like Dookie during the stream. For some reason, my stomach was really upset. When your target's so pissed at you, it attracts cop. Cop intervenes, then target fights cop, resulting in death by cop. Merit, win still win. Yep. Wait, what do you mean you got news? Here, I'll check it out in a second. Let me do these push-ups. All right, 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 3, 4, 25. Okay. He's voiced by Richard Blake. Really? I still think he's probably like the ugliest character in this game. If he's the Nosferatu that I think he is, which I'm pretty sure he is. 10 more digits. Okay. Okay. Oh, Jesus. All right. 10 more, you said? Let's do this. Oh, my wrist hurt already. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. All right, then. Can Nazis eat food? I was listening to the podcast and Nosferatu Girl was eating fries. Certain ones can. It's not all Nosferatu. Only certain vampires can. It's a vampire by vampire basis. As a general rule, though, most vampires can't eat anything besides blood. They either immediately spit it up as soon as it touches their mouth, or what was it? Or they vomit it up before the end of the night. Oh. We did not select the... Go find Willem. We'll also go look for some more thingamadoohickeys. Yeah, they can... Sometimes they can. It's like... Fire probably can't, because there's a certain point where you can't even fake eating food anymore.
I think I'm lost.
Generational thing, you know? Wait. Oh, come on. Something's back there. Go try the alley. Maybe there's an alley over here. Where are you? There you are. Okay, then. Oh, that's another thing I saw. I saw somebody getting mad on the Bloodline subreddit a couple days ago. And it was the glide power. They were really, really upset over the glide power. Oh, boy. Well then, oh, there's somebody right there. And they were like, no vampire ever has had a glide power. Points at one dot in flight for the gargoyles. That's literally like baseline gargoyles. Every single gargoyle can glide. Now, granted, technically in story, most of them think that it's entirely because they have wings. Everything made sense all the time. I mean, kind of, yeah, kind of. The thing is, too, is in story, theoretically, fire always knows blood sorcery. Like, all the powers we get from the trainers are ones that we're relearning. That's intrinsically, we apparently, like, all already knew. That was not at all what I was hitting. Ow, bitch. Oh, it's you. Jesus, dude. Okay, I forgot about our little anarch vampire friends at this point. Oh, okay, I cannot apparently. Hi, guys. Can I not bite you when you're running away? Hi. There's another one? Sprint, bitch. Jesus, okay. Wait, is there something over here? Neat. Yeah, I didn't realize there was two of those fucks.
Come on out.
What am I stuck on? Oh, pipes. Duh. Okay, so yeah, those not big dudes, but the guys with the machine guns are gonna be a fucking pain going forward. But we should be able to figure something out. Oh, hey. Okay. True, I can shoot him back, but I can also do... I won't work on that guy.
Lost him.
I'll make this quick.
I was trying to find the weapons from the people that we killed, but I guess they were all inside. There's also something over there. God damn it! All the cool stuff.
Shit, where are you? Eyes peeled.
No, shut up. You don't see shit. Okay. Wipes out half the tape, buddy.
Someone's gonna have a bad night.
It's those machine gun guys are the ones that I'm most worried about. But we can get behind that one. Okay, so it looks like if they're below half health, then we can execute them. But at full health, they can fight back. But yeah, see, he has more health, so he gets to fight back. Bitch. No, they don't always. It seems like if you do it on either the big guys or this guy when they're below half health, it still executes. But hold on, there was also something over here. Whoop! Not what I wanted to do, but okay. Oh, there it is. Never mind. Okay, I guess we're... Whee! Going inside. Right open. Hello. Oh, shit. Welcome to the parking garage level. Oh, and there's big guys in here. I wish I could, again, I wish I could execute the big guy.
Oh, shit. They're here.
Okay, bye. Yeah, but at least this one you can actually tell where things are dark. Almost.
Go check it out.
Oh, hey.
Find out what that was.
What do you do when you can't, you know, when a person's not going to move from their post? There we go. For stealth? Yeah, because their passive is dissolving bodies, which I am very jealous of. Very jealous. Listen, we may not have completely butchered... Actually, hold on. Do we have... Ooh, we can get mass manipulation. Yeah, we'll get... We'll test it out. Oh, hey, big dude.
No. Knew this idiot would get themselves killed.
Oh, he is coming in. That's fine. That's fine. You can't see shit in the dark.
Stay focused.
Here, we're gonna pick off all the people around him.
Katsumi's a fucking gammy ass licker.
I wonder how many I could just get to commit unalive. Oh, there's two big guys. Whoop.
Oh, they're around here somewhere. Go check what that was.
Love to. Okay, come on. Where are you?
Oh, you know, hanging out.
Can't find you.
Found you.
Hi, boys.
Twoies! Y'all are ready for a fight?
That'll do it.
Ow, get off me.
I need help.
Ow, dude.
Kill this spot. Conversation is always in the last place you look. Hey, help me kill this spot.
There's another one. Who decided that they were joining this strap? Hi, buddy. Oh, I did not get to get the feet on him. Oh, these are the ones from upstairs, aren't they?
You so hard, you science. Oh, such a waste.
You teleport? Really, dude? Yo, fat ass can teleport. You have blood-sucking powers? It was you this whole time? Oh, shit! I'm sorry, I was so sucked into the fight. I was not gonna pause that fight. Sunstar, you know it. Wait, where did the other guy go? Did he just keep running? Is that him? Okay. The fight sucks? Huh? What do you mean?
I'd be
Ooh.
surprised if Willem's still around with these clowns here. Still, doesn't hurt to check.
Okay. What do you mean the fight sucks? Why are you so mean to me, Sunstar? Uh-oh.
These switches look familiar. Can't place why. Don't reckon these are a normal part of the parking lot.
I don't like the fact that there are mannequins here. Oh. Oh, great. Normally, if you do it in the stack, that's you are technically correct.
Yeah,
Front page article: Grisly death of missing woman accident or murder. Headless body found in Lake Washington Ship Canal has been identified as missing sales assistant Amy Wilkie, also known by the alias Pandora Graves. The last name she gave herself was Graves. Also reports seeing a large wound through the chest of the corpse. A representative from Seattle PD said, please rest assured we are thoroughly investigating the tragic deaths of Miss Wilkie. We urge the public to remain calm and refrain from wild speculation out of respect for her family. The docks are a dangerous place and accidents do happen. So they disposed of her body in the canal, it looks like.
There must be something here.
We'll make a detective out of you yet.
A black and white photograph of a smiling woman wearing a white blouse and sporting a finger wave hairstyle. It looks old, but in fair condition, although the edges are worn. On the reverse, underneath the stand, they keeps an old frame upright. There is a maker's mark indicating this came from the Seattle Stereoscopic and Photographic Company. A gift for my dashing knight. Huh. I'm in back. Detective outfit win? I wish. Speaking of which, did anybody hear about the flaming corpse found hanging from a Houston bridge yesterday? Anybody? Nobody? Any Houstonians here? Houstonans? Yeah. Yeah, they found a flaming corpse hanging from a bridge yesterday morning. That's just it. They don't know. They have no idea who it is. As of yesterday morning, they had no idea who it is. They have speculation that it may have been a homeless person from a nearby homeless encampment. Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down. Listen. Thank you for the mandatory view message. Your mandatory view message has been cataloged. A diary full of unsent letters, all written in careful script. Good combo starter, let's be real. It's painstakingly clean that it almost appears typed. Most recent entry reads, My dear Flora, the snow continues to fall more than I've seen in all these years. I'm excited you used to get over the... How excited you used to get over the lightest dusting of flakes. You would adore this. I imagine you dancing in the flurries, but I cannot even step into it. The streets are too dangerous. I've sent Casey to wake the dead for a bag, but it's taking longer than usual probably because of this damn blizzard. I hope they return soon. The craving gnaws at me from the inside.
Ah, so he's a bagger. Doesn't just drink from the vein. Looks like he sends ghouls to make pickups at Wake the Dead Cafe. I tried a blood bag once. Not my thing. Week old chill barbecue sauce mixed with ashes.
I guess that's it. I guess we're probably going to talk to Miss Thorne then. Okay, and I can't close the doors. Is that it? Do I just go back the way I came?
Behind you.
Oh. The gang girl. Hi. You're new. And the fact that you're doing the claw things. Okay, we got the execute. I wasn't sure that was gonna be the execute. Okay. Where did she come out of the thing? Hello? Okay. Wait, this was unlocked before. Didn't we come in through here? Okay, interesting. Which may have meant that she followed us in here, is what I'm thinking. Well, we're gonna have to fight our way back out. What was that sound? Hello? Okay. I'm not gonna lie, that sounded like a tripwire grenade getting pulled. I almost panicked. Okay, I guess they gotta go up the long way. I got her right where I want her. Oh. Oh. Aha. I got you right where I want you. Tears heart out of their chest. Oh, it feels very sketchy. Also, it's not like this game to make us reverse run what is essentially a whole dungeon. How do we leave? We came in through the elevator, right? Maybe there was a different way? Well, no, this game's just been like, whenever we run a place, it gives us an exit, a different exit at the end, or just kind of ports us somewhere. So maybe I just missed an exit. Maybe we're supposed to open like the garage door or something. Who knows? We'll see. Oh no, wait, I need to drop down.
Whatever you can spare, please.
Again, though, why is this parking garage shut down? Uh-oh. Oh, this is open. I'm stupid. All right, let's see if we can get some. Okay. Ooh, that'll do. Ooh, double do. Howdy, buddy.
Hey, what the fuck?
Come on.
You after my
Please don't
money?
shoot me
Just
off
like
the first.
Christmas, I'm coming early this year.
Okay.
I will shoot you.
No, leave him alone. God damn it.
They're trying to kill me.
God fucking damn it. Well, how were we so lucky at like the first several hours of this game? You fucking suck, dude. Oh, and the pink one's gone. I can't talk to. Oh, I can.
You think you're better than me or something just because your clothes are all nice and shit?
You have never known pain as I am about to show you.
I'm going to teach you a lesson. Give me those fancy shoes.
Oh, God damn it, he's still there. There's one across the street. I'm just hoping he doesn't trigger. Okay, he didn't. Hellraiser ass threat? Yeah. Then just like Christmas, I'm stuffing something here to stop you. What? Hey, but oh no. Wait, what is this? It's over there. Okay. Show me your secrets! It's up there, I'm pretty sure. I saw the swirl. Is it down here? Ah, yeah, there it is. Okay. Why are you talking about death? Should we heading that way? Exact opposite direction that I've accidentally been heading. We could make it. Maybe? Question mark. Didn't mean to do that. I think that is the word. Is debt the word of the day? Is that what this is? Oh, shit. Whoop. Hey, guys. What are y'all doing over there? Here. That's fine. We'll just go.
Oh, close it down, hole in the wall.
Have y'all been back there this whole time? I don't think there's much of a reason to fight them. Hi. Hi, Oscar. That's the pawn shop. Ecstasy inducing, whatever the word for that was. True, I could get some experience. Oh, there you. That way? That way? Oh, is it all the way up there? Jesus. I don't even know if I can get up there.
Keep your eyes peeled for Willem's ghoul. Maybe you can shake an address out of him.
Hold on. Something's up there, but I feel like it's probably just another symbol, but I need to know. I need to know. Here, maybe there's something on the backside. What's the back door?
Here.
Oh, hi.
Wish I were Katsumi's ghoul.
Hi, guys. Satisfying. Oh, hey. Okay, then. Where was the thing I was looking for? Up there? Thing is, I don't know if I can even get up there. Oh, that's not an open door. Oh! Oh, I landed on the fire. Okay, whew! So it would be that way, wouldn't it? Whoops. Be around this corner, isn't it? Aha! Okay. Hi, Phaedric. Yes, I did. I threw his own hammer at him. Listen, the telekinesis in this game is very useful. What is that? Oh, it's a knife. Oh, well. Excuse me. Wait, what was that? Oh, hello. Oh my god. Wonder why that was here. Hammer time! time, listen, bashing them in the face with their own sledgehammer is always satisfying. Cool. What are you doing here?
You're here. Did we agree to meet? I wasn't expecting... I mean, it's nice to see you, of course.
I'm looking for
I am
someone.
searching for a Nosferatu named Willem.
Then we're here for the same reason.
I'm now playing God of War Ragnarok.
see.
Ooh.
And what is your interest?
Willem is a troubled soul. He can't hunt. Or at least, he refuses to.
So you bring him blood.
And a big
Yes.
hammer. I'm all set. Did you
Maybe
play
what we
Secret
are,
Worlds? Don't lie
That
to me.
doesn't mean we can't, you know, be better or try or... Nobody should be alone.
But why must you do
What
this?
interests me is your role in this. Why you?
Well, I have the resources, so... Who else?
Do you know where Willem is now?
That's kind of the problem. No one's heard from him, which isn't so unusual. But his ghoul hasn't picked up the package. And I guess I'd hoped Willem might show.
I plead the fifth.
His haven was swarming with animals.
Have you played Secret World,
Willem
Daedric?
was nowhere to
Be
found.
honest. Were you a tank?
No,
Were
no,
you a
no.
hammer shotgun tank?
He's not like the others.
There's no shame in
He
it,
was
mister.
Never cut out for this. He must be so scared. Promise me you'll protect him, please. I mean, if you would be so gracious.
I just need him for
I have
answers.
no need of him. Only what he knows. Willem's welfare is his own responsibility.
Of course, I shouldn't have presumed.
Hi, Hades. Welcome in.
It's
What's
painful to
up?
see him hurt.
Can you give me any clue to his whereabouts?
Willem won't be found unless he wants to be. I usually only ever meet his ghouls, but... Wait. The last
Okay,
one
that could have been better animated.
does.
Lurk
There
check.
was
Hi,
dust
loser.
on
How
her
are you
jacket
doing?
And a smell like...
All right, chat. I'm gonna need a what's up from the for the lurk check.
I knew I recognized it. The old plastic factory. In the
What
warehouse
is?
district.
It's a check for everyone to see who's here,
Unpleasant. I tried to
even if
avoid
you're
it.
lurking. There
Then
you
that
go.
is
That's
where I
more
will
like
go.
it. That's more
Thank
like
you,
it, boys.
Thank you, Fire. And please, go easy on him. Willem is not strong.
Oh, my boy pet for me. I don't know how to think of it. It's not that energy. It's more like she's
So his ghoul never
seemingly
made it.
too
That's
soft-hearted.
not good. We should get to the factory, check it out. Make sure our secret keeper ain't in trouble.
Wait, the plastic factory. After seeing mannequins in his. Okay, hold on. Why do I?
Guess it makes sense Sophia's helping out Willem. She's got sources lined up for the bags. Licks like Campbell or Fletcher would look right down on him for being a bagger. We're supposed to be predators, not scavengers, according to some. She's not like that. Even puts up with my chatter sometimes.
Thing too is I've realized is nobody has mentioned. Oh, is it up there? Oh yeah, it's definitely up there. Fabian missing. Like for somebody who is like was kind of part of the court. Ha. Okay. All right, let's go to this plastics factory. This is going to be all mannequins, isn't it? Because every game that has spooky themes to it has to have a mannequin level. But also, who else really likes mannequin monsters? They're one of the things that like freak me the fuck out all the time. But I love them so much. Yes, it is. It's a horror game where you also get to play the monster. Does the what? Does the mannequin grip? Hi.
What the fuck do you want, you gaudy fuck?
Shall I make you intimate with pain?
You think you're so perfect? I'll show you perfect.
Venture moments. I don't have to go very far. Come here, man. Say please and thank you. Oh shit. It's fine. It's fine. All right, see you later, Hades. Thank you for swinging in.
Thank the Lord. Officer in need of assistance.
Oh wait, is he coming in?
And here it is, the plastics factory. I wonder why Willems picked this place to hole up.
Is that... That's a cultist, isn't it? Oh, Jesus. Willem, why are you here, dude?
Do not waste my time.
To me!
Now we're so close.
I'll be the one to take them down.
Sure. Oh my god, there's so many of you. Y'all are so grouped up. Give me some knives, damn it. I'd like to headshot people with throwing knives.
Now we're so close.
If I could, I'd like to get mass manipulation up again, and then maybe I could just execute all the little guys. Yeah, they're the cultist ghouls.
Neither court nor anarch shall rule us.
Hi, guys. I could get in there and separate them, probably. But they are so grouped up. And these guys give very little blood.
Masquerade won't protect you forever.
Won't it? No, I don't want that. I want something that I can just chunk as a distraction.
You, go see what that was.
I'll go and see.
Oh, he is the thin blood. Okay.
None can hide from his sight.
Do you want to place bets on that? Do you want to place bets on that?
Darkness cannot hide you from us.
Yes, the fuck it can.
I shall find you for my master.
God, y'all are kind of sad.
Come
Hi,
out
Black
and
Dragon.
face
How are
the
you doing?
hand.
Whoop. Yeah, you pick it after what is basically the tutorial level. You don't pick it at the beginning of the game. Hi, guys. Nope.
A final test of my devotion.
My weapon will taste blood tonight.
Oh yeah, it definitely will. When I shove it into your fucking face. Hey, buddy.
This is the court of the Anarch. May the darkness protect me.
The darkness? Really?
Darkness cannot hide
could
you
they-
from us.
Yes, it most certainly can. Come here, buddy. Oh, I clicked wrong, but that's actually fine. Am I? Am I the one that's weak? Oh, hi, guys. Okay, so they just kicked down that gate. And I'm still getting my butt kicked. I forgot that I didn't have the zone thing. Oh, Jesus. Okay, that was a mistake. I'm leaving. Was that a grenade?
You will not escape.
No place you can run.
Wait, what is that over there? Really? This was just tucked over here? Grab his dick and twist it? Thing is, I thought that was a different section of enemies. So I overextended myself. It is, though, it's very funny how quickly they give up.
Nor anarchs shall rule us.
God, what are you doing? Sniffing his farts there, buddy? Is he regening?
We will find you and kill you.
See, all of them come running.
All will see.
You can't hide forever.
Seriously?
Foolish Camarilla.
They talk about the darkness all the time.
There was nothing.
Now we're so close.
See, they all go back to their, like, rounds. I don't think I can actually climb over this, because this is hooked here.
The city will drown.
But we can certainly try. Okay, we got one pip from that. Well, I kind of wanted the healing, but that's totally fine. Okay, so that does hurt me. Yo, that was some cyberpunk ass. Go up. That was some cyberpunk ass getting knocked down by... Hi, guys. What y'all doing?
Damn.
Where are they? I killed them. Anything's possible.
Hi, Beef. Oh, still hold on.
Perhaps it was nothing.
I need a drink.
It's like the darkness holds its breath.
The melee combat in this game is really good. But I think this is, right now, this looks like the largest group that I've had to deal with. So it's a little harder.
A final test of my devotion.
Shut the fuck up. That was not at all what I wanted to do, but okay. I am very glad y'all are blind. Oh, hello. Yeah, the gliding is not great. Oop. Okay, there's like 2 whole sections here. This is crazy. Go fire, climb.
Darkness cannot hide you from us.
This is my chance.
Oh, that was the wrong one. That's fine. Actually, I'm fine with that. Oh, that's the big guy. I thought that was the little one. Hey, buddy. Oh, I could have attacked him. But it's also good to know that it works with the La Sombra scare.
Hey, go see what that is.
Shall we so?
Hey, buddy.
The Dark Father guides us.
He's so pissed.
Cain
He's so
will find
pissed.
you. They flee, but will not escape. Come out and face the hand.
Wait, the hands? Isn't the black hands? You are not part of the black hands, sir. Thanks, buddy. It basically just makes them run away. Is that his head? Can I throw his head? Go me. Oh, hi.
This is far from over.
Yeah, I wanted to do the terminal decree on them instead.
None can hide from his sight forever.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, hi.
If I kill the nomad, anything's possible.
Do you think you can kill the nomad? God, you can't even pay attention to your own surroundings. I'm sorry. Okay, let's do this right.
Darkness holds its
I only targeted one. That was a waste of so much. Damn it.
Neither Tord nor Anarch shall rule us.
Okay, buddy. That's fine. I wasted so many blood pips for that. It's fine. It's whatever. Fire, get up these obstacles, please, and thank you. Two big dudes? There's a thing over there.
Eyes peeled.
You know what? Let's do this. Hey, buddy.
What's that noise?
What's that noise?
You're not going to win this one.
Our quarry.
Intruder.
There you go. Now you're thinking. Bitch. Let me nom on you! Oh, hi, buddy. I figured that was gonna be the brouhaha. Come on. Come on, then. Unstoppable force meet immovable object. Eat shit. Hold on, is there anything else around here? Wasn't there something that was like glowing over here? Where are you? Oh, over here. Hello? It's like in here, right? Yeah, it's like... Oh, there it is. Just way in the box. That was... I need somebody to clip that. That was a little satisfying. That was quite satisfying. I think this is the combat level that they use for a lot of the demos. God.
All those hard cases outside and none here? Something's up.
Well, it's room number 1. Where's that light coming from? Something's here. Extremely faded article. A worn newspaper article from the 1930s, smudged almost beyond legibility and smelling faintly of salt with visible tear stains dotting the page. A small line item in the lower corner reads, "It is with great sadness that the Axel family has asked the Seattle Police Department to call off its search for Willem Axel, father to Willem Jr. and husband to Flora. This paper previously reported that Axel telephoned his wife in the evening of April 3rd last year but never arrived home. With no new information at this time, the police could no longer devote any more resources to their investigation. Family asked for privacy in their time of grief." Okay, I'm thinking this is that was probably his wife back in the Haven. Why is that here though? This is not a...
Well, this is about as tidy as my office.
I was gonna say, this is not a office that was used back in the 30s. This is a modern office. Why is that news article here? Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. Paper the notice printed on is high quality. It's clear that the person who redacted the information was practiced at it. The information that is left on the page reads, Canforth, 17th, the year, I think is what's redacted, of July. Restitution. Olmsted account. Follow up on notify next quarter. Tolliver Moore Muldoon. Tolliver? His name is Tolliver? Okay. It's our good friends, the mannequins? Nothing good ever comes of a room full of mannequins. Scroll to the bottom corner, the ink smelling much newer and slightly smudged. Still looking for item 14. Notify FRD immediately upon delivery. Something in the fridge? Yep. One of you chuckle fucks run at me. I swear to fucking Jeebus. Ave Maria. Oh. Okay, I can't jump anymore, which means this is now a story area. But that
music, that's a blast from the past.
Yeah, I saw this over here.
I'm sure I heard it way back.
Sorry for using the vision so much, you guys. I know it like reduces how the game looks, but I have a bad habit of if you give me a vision, a vision ability, I will abuse it. Something's in here. Oh, it's you. I hate my gut feeling. Listen, that's okay. That's okay, queens. Okay, we're going back up. Okay, I can walk fast. That's good. The lamps.
And there he is.
What are you doing, you scrunchy bastard? Oh, was that his wife?
Before I could even finish the song. How cruel.
Am I interrupting?
It's you. The
Was that
nomad.
supposed to be a big
Willem, I
reveal?
take it. You had some interesting guests outside.
I don't know why they made
depends.
Willem like one of the
Why-
preview characters
why are you here?
for
Polly
gameplay.
tells me you keep the court's secrets and its histories.
Yeah, he's
Another
the one
kindred
that they
by the
showed
name
off
of
all the
Isabella
time.
used this mark to sap my power.
This was
Do
the
you know
first
anything
scene that
about
we
it?
got for like what dialogue looked like.
No. All I had to do was keep my head down for just a few more nights.
Ooh, there's a peck of guilt.
Weren't we the way it? Hold on. Okay. Also, you redeemed heart rate monitor. Okay, I guess we could put it on. That's fine. So the thing I remember in the gameplay previews for this game was it seemed more like that we talked to Willem and then like had come back to talk to him and he gets mad at us at some point. But this seems like the point where he gets mad at us, which is very weird. Willem is a good Nos? I don't know about that. But here, really quick. Let me make sure I turn on Pulsoid. Heart attack. Okay. That'll do. A Nosferatu is a vampire whose primary curse is being ugly. What are you trying to hide?
So, the secret keeper of Seattle does know something. Has my search for a trail led me to treasure?
You should have stayed away.
You are keeping someone's secret, and you fear the consequences of your failure. What happens if you tell me?
Yes.
Now I have to do what he told me.
God damn it. He? But yeah, so this has changed.
Well now. Some kind of what? Teleportation?
I think this is
Nosferatu
Shamir
have
String.
that power. How? But more critically, why?
This I'm like 99% sure is Shamir Street. Because in V5 they made it that it's
He made the
obfuscate
mark bleed.
and
He knows
dominate,
how to use it against me. We have to find him.
I think. You weren't standing there before. Ooh. Oh, I hate it. They're all looking at me.
Seattle will be cleansed.
Okay. Ah.
What in tarnation?
An illusion.
Whatever the Camarilla throws at us, we'll be ready.
Yeah. This is... Okay, revolver. Neat. Neat. Mannequins? It's
None will
not quite-
survive what's coming.
Sure. Oh!
Something I have no fear of shadows.
Hi, buddy. Here, we can go this way. Wow, he went all the way up there.
Rise.
Were you serious? Fuck you. dude go? Oh, there he is. Think I could thread the needle? I don't think so.
I hunt.
Sure you do, buddy.
I'm alone in the darkness. What lurks in the dark?
Is my telekinesis getting stronger? Well, I'm not trying to pull him. I'm honestly trying to pull that. So there we go.
Our quarry! Who dares attack us?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
I'll be waiting.
Don't worry about it.
Neither Tord nor Anarch shall rule us.
Yeah. Whatever you say, buddy.
They have no idea what's in store.
Yeah. Where are you going? Whoop. I wanted the terminal to create one and then execute the other, but...
Something's wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure. Sure.
We shall bring them all to their knees.
The thing is, though, is I think this is a you have to defeat everyone kind of mission. Messed that one up. Okay. Now we got a big guy and... You know what? Just kill yourself. And then what we'll do... Oh!
Rip limb from limb.
What the fuck? Every time you're alive! Yeah. Okay, so these guys are just now permanently aggroed onto me. Oh.
I'll end you. Aid me.
You can go away.
My cane's blade.
Oh, are you checking out? Dang.
The rivers run. Shall the tear open?
Okay, you're new. I think you're the equivalent of the machine gun guy. No, you're the equivalent of that girl that we ran into in the basement. Okay. And the big guy is currently de-aggroed, which is good for us because we can go get free damage on him. What's a thin blood? A thin blood is a vampire. Oh, god damn it! I blame you. I blame you entirely, Fatima. You get to nothing. Good day. Here, have a bottle. Here, have a bottle. is the vampire. Oh, hi, buddy. Really? He also seems to be activating the mark. So this is some sort of control system. Methinks.
This isn't teleportation. This is all hallucination, Fire.
Yeah. Thank you for the mandatory view message. Your mandatory view message has been cataloged. Please and thank you. So the mark on our hand is something we woke up to. Currently, we know it is something to do with the Savant. Okay. Also more books in here. What are these books? Red Zed. Isn't that a real book? Isn't Red Zed a real book? Oh, okay. It's the mannequin.
Heavens to Betsy.
Okay. Wait, who's looking at me? Are they all looking at me? Okay, so these guys are weak, so it's not worth trying to sneak my way around them. Okay, here comes more. I could try to use Terminal Decree on him, which I think would be fun since they're all like coming after me. This reminds me of the Isabella fight. With all of the party goers. More. Is that Willem? It was Willem. I'm invincible. Wow, look at the SK. By the blanket. Oh, good night, calm. You sleep well. Sleep well. Don't waste away too much. I can't believe a
Hey, it's me. Got a situation.
Oh.
No man of all licks.
Licks!
Everything you asked for. Just a few more nights, right? Like you said.
Okay, he's falling apart, which is why the illusion, I think, is also falling apart.
We're in his head. Somehow. A maze of memories.
Maybe it's because we bit into him?
Reckon he's still playing with a full deck.
Yeah, I still think it was best. The both of them. There she is.
Is he looking at the person on the bench there? There's another one further over there. Ooh.
I'm sorry, it's gonna be another late one.
Yeah. I think this is him thinking of his wife. All right, we got an ad break. I see the ding donk. We're gonna do words. We're gonna do words today. Let me get that set up. And I need to run to the bathroom. Yeah, I think we're seeing the memories of like him probably close to like before he was turned, after he was turned, and then probably like a little bit after. I think that time one was probably him seeing his wife after years, is what I'm guessing. All right, but we'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. I will see you. Now's a good time to get your drinks refilled, get some snacks, do whatever you need to do. I will see you in a couple minutes. Have fun. I'll give you all the music too, I promise. Instead of just the whispers. The voices! Okie dokie. Saucer! Gonna start scalping you, boy. Gonna start scalping you, boy. How could you? How could you? Bastards. Bastards, everyone is. That's fine. That's fine. It gives me time to check Discord. See why I have so many goddamn notifications. Nothing important. Okay. Okay. Just had to make sure. Who tagged me in general chats? Which one of you sons of bitches? I can't figure out who it is. Y'all have done so many messages. So many messages. Okay. All right. Make it for the... It's true. That's fine. That's totally fine. Plus, we're not necessarily in the middle of the fight. Now's like a good time to have a pause, if you will. A pause. You gotta remember to play words, though. Otherwise, you're gonna lose, Sunstar. Come on, Axio can't carry you the whole time. What if Celtic's one of the words? Nope. CLT. I see. That could have been a word, but apparently it's not. Cutie. You'll need like 1 or 2 more words. 1 more word. Come on. Come on. There you go, cuticle. There you go. Now it wasn't a waste. All right. No more music. Back to the voices! The voices! Okay, I was just double checking some of these things.
It's just like
okay, he's supposed to be on the phone.
It's okay, don't worry. Just tell him Daddy loves him. I love you too, honey. With every part of you.
Somebody did this to him, I bet, and he's resentful.
Everything will be better. You got your word, they'll always be looked after.
Okay, so now he's talking to somebody else about looking after his family. For the fear ability, not yet. The thing is, though, the fear ability is here. I kind of like... I like the fear ability, I think, the most out of all of them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I like the fear ability the most out of all of them. Even if I... Like, it's not too big of a deal. Being able to just send somebody, like, running away from a fight, and when they're done being scared, they're technically not in combat, is pretty good.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
I'm sorry, it's gonna be enough later.
Eric, thank you for the 35 months. Holy shit, dude.
It's burning the midnight oil.
Okay, it's loop back. There was another one over here.
Homesteaders 172, Camforth 180, that's all. Yeah, boss, I'm certain Camforth paid on the second. My memory's better than it ever was. Distracted. It's just this junior. With the war,
Oh no. So he got turned in the... He was turned in the 30s, because we know 1930 was when he went missing. So his boy went to World War II.
I'm sorry, boss. I got it. Homesteaders 172, Camforth 180,
Okay.
that's all.
I feel almost bad for him, except for the fact that I'm pretty sure we're gonna find out. Uh-huh. Oh, it's invisible.
Yeah, I still think it was best for the both of them.
Ah, that's why we can't hear the music either. Above us, isn't it? Above us. Oh, what the hell?
No use putting it off. I gotta do this.
Oh, of course.
That's a suicide vest. A bomb. Connected to the phone.
You woke up. But how? I had you under,
You're stressed, buddy. You're stressed.
Talk him down, now. Fast.
Willem, listen. I can help you, but I need you to calm down. Then we can talk. Kindred to kindred.
Oh, I want to so
Yes,
bad.
yes, he is,
I want
Willem.
to so bad. But it's not up to me.
Well, your family is probably dead.
They said I could see my family again.
Well, do you know what year it
They
is?
said if I cut off the cord, if I took away their little black book, all their secrets, it would cause the chaos he needed to strike, and I'd be free.
Hi, Willow.
Who is this he?
Malkavian.
Hmm.
The gardener.
Gardener?
Gardener. Huh.
But now you got the truth. You know what that means, right?
You're losing him.
The gardener lied to you, Willem.
This gardener sold you a lie. Your family will not want to see you, if they even still live. You are not the man they knew. To them, you are a monster.
Okay, that was
Find
not what I
some
wanted to go
other
with.
dream to cling
That was
to.
not what I wanted
But
to
do
go
not
with.
Destroy yourself for another's game.
You don't understand.
Uh-oh.
They're listening.
He was on a call the whole time.
Willem,
I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do.
He's dead.
Oh no.
Oh, Willem. I almost feel bad for him, dude.
Shit, he's gonna... Oh. I wonder if I made
In
it.
the first game, he actually looks pretty good.
It works
I think the
after
Nosferatu
life.
look good in this game.
I kind of like the flowers.
Ambrosial tears that crave those lips.
I almost feel bad for him.
I'd like it more without the
I think what happened is Fire got blown into torpor from this. So Fire's asleep, which means we get a flashback from Fabian.
You must bring the elder to me. We must meet. And we must meet. And we must kiss. I have such a quenching for their desiccation.
This is the Malkavian network.
Oh, I get it. You have the hots for fire.
That's
You want me
what
to
this
introduce
is.
you? Is that right?
This is the gardener pushing through the Malkavian network to talk to Fabian.
Oh, look, can we
Which
just
likely
talk
means
straight,
they
fella?
also set up the fact that Fire was going to Diablerize Fabian.
You blew up Willem and you don't have a plan?
I need a plan.
What? Be Fabian's sire? If that would mean it's Gideon.
Muldude, not an idea,
Campbell.
not an excuse, not a series of threats, a plan. This piece of shit is running rings around you. One man.
He's killing mortals, boss. Just mortals, that's all.
No, that's not all. He is leaving us messages.
Mark Hamill? I don't
each
think
one
so.
crafted to mark us, to remind us of our failures.
Other people write
Mark
Google
my
Docs
words,
about.
This will not stop with mortals. Well, what have you got?
Fabian's been looking into it.
And?
These deaths keep reminding me.
Chief, these killings keep slapping me right in the memory. First one reminded me of Marla, if you remember her, Rosalind's ghoul. The second threw me right back to Miss Rosalind herself. So what gives? Coincidence, or am I meant to remember?
You think this is some sort of show just for you?
Maybe they're not meant for me.
Maybe these memories aren't meant for me. Maybe someone else who was there. Fletcher, Miss Lou, even yourself, I guess.
Oh yeah, he was a ghoul at the
Just
time.
now, one of us is thinking, oh, ho, ho, goddamn. I was hoping that was gone and forgotten.
I'm looking for a plan, not wild theories. You call yourself a goddamn detective, find me proof.
Well, the proof is that the MO is identical, and that's
corpse of a
not
killer.
solid, but it's pretty
So?
decent. How is he still
Well,
alive?
Chief, I've been piecing together old cases and new.
You thought it was the
Santiago
Joker voice for a
active
second?
here in
Ooh,
Seattle
interesting.
In the 1920s, and a couple of decades before that in New Orleans, in LA.
Which would make him extremely old.
Here, he'd be an old man by now.
It would have to be someone else. Are we sure he's mortal?
We keep saying he's a mortal hunter. What if he's not? If he's something else?
You're implying he's one of our kind.
No, I am not.
Unlikely. His early kills happened in daylight, if you remember. This cannot
Thin
be
Bloods?
the original killer. So who is it, and what are they trying to do? Well,
Knock, knock.
what?
Tulling!
Don't want to cause you any trouble, my prince. Detective, I was looking for the sheriff here.
Well, spit it out, you mongrel.
Just thought you should know, Sheriff. We got another one.
Another...
I love
Murder,
Tully.
Sheriff.
I love Tully so
Murder
much.
On your watch while you chase your tail.
Tolly details now.
Little apartment just off Pioneer Square. Word's gone out to the PD already, would you believe?
Well, Sheriff.
Fuck. I'll deal with the PD. Fabian, get down there. Take a look.
Sheriff Benny knew best, of course. I should head straight down to Pioneer Square and not dawdle and say, chat to Sophia to see if she'd heard anything.
Oh. Oh. Benny and Tully in the same room is weird? Why do you think it's weird? Okay, that means we're gonna need it for something.
I knew Sophia liked to set down her thoughts, and this old recorder wasn't tied to any cyberspatial spy system.
That's the same recorder from before.
What have you been listening to? Hey, detective. Yeah, I might have heard a thing or two. A little birdie.
True or false,
talked to me
Dave's hot
about
chicken?
a K
True.
Factor, a failed experiment, and a grocery list. What do you need?
Talking about this failed experiment. All right, I also need to do 20 squats, so give me a second.
All right, here you go.
R02 demonstrates low-level impulse
applied
to test block 15. Carbon material measured at 1.2 N. Compare this to R00 telekinetic baseline, where no distinction was made between materials and was able to induce more than 50 N force. It is a result, but not practical in the field.
That get your juices flowing, detective? I think I fell asleep around the second sentence.
20. All right.
Tell me about the K factor.
Telekinetic. Yeah, that's
Sure
the
thing.
curious thing.
The process is clearly thaumaturgical. Physical transfusion denatures the power and has no bearing on the recipient's K factor.
Denatures?
Interestingly, a kindred's kiss does seem to bear fruit.
Is she
Mean
studying
anything to you,
sorcerers?
detective? Can't say it does. Wouldn't surprise me if it's Sophia's notes about a hot date. How about that shopping list? Sure, I got it here.
To do. Reorder CPDA-1 solution, sterile saline, chlorhexidine. Ensure Piotr has delivery by Friday.
Piotr?
Get that? Sounds like a fun shindig.
Where
but
have we
I
heard
wouldn't
the
drink
name
punch.
Piotr? I think that's everything we can get from this.
Well,
Interesting.
Thanks, little fella. No problem, boss. Always happy to lend an ear. I'll bear that in mind. Useful little doohickey. Maybe I should get one sometime, if anyone still makes them.
Yeah, okay, so he's one of the ghouls that she mentioned before. Thing is, though, why are they storing this blood? Unless these are the deliveries that they were talking about.
Hey there. How's my favorite forensic department?
Fabian, it's been forever. What can I do for you?
It pains me to say this, but we've had another killing.
Who? Where?
Don't know yet. Just on my way to the scene. Figured I'd check in, see if you'd heard anything.
I haven't, no. But you think this is Santiago?
By the way Tolly was smirking?
I'm feeling the difference in the way that she behaves here with Fabian versus the way she behaves with the Nomad.
I don't get it. This is like the 20s all over again.
Oh, did he
The old
die?
20s, I mean.
I know.
Did Piotr die? I don't remember.
Flashbacks to what happened then.
Oh, yes, never mind. I do remember.
Rosalind,
She got like real sad about it.
The killer with
I remember
the
right.
cross. You
That was
shot
when we
that
first
case,
met her
though.
in the cafe.
You told me there were no leads. Will you reopen it?
I think someone's done that for me. I'd better get down to Pioneer Square. I'll see you later.
If there's anything I can do, well, come see me, Fabian.
I will.
I'm curious, can we use any of our other powers on her?
I didn't think that was worth the effort.
Damn it. Yeah, we've had really little uses for reading people's minds. Literally the only person we've got to read their mind on wasn't even Benny. Who was it? Patrick? The one time we needed to talk to Patrick? I think is what it was. All right, now we got to go the long way.
Off to Pioneer Square. There was a case. must have given me the exact address, I guess. Maybe Tully, but it would have interrupted the whole dramatic scene with Campbell.
Just get it on your phone. Yeah, it sounds like Tully.
Snow in Seattle. Sheesh.
All right, walking sim time. Yeah, that's Patrick. He's the only one we've got to use mind read on. It just crossed my mind. I was like, wait, I forgot we can see our feet in this game. What the whoa, whoa. Okay, it glitches into the snow right there, that's why. Look at him go! Meow.
The address I had was in a set of down-at-heel apartments, hardly ever used.
Wait.
My buddy Reggie was a fixture.
This is our apartments.
And I often dropped by for a little pick-me-up. I wondered if he'd seen any comings and goings.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
As the world outside quiets down and the darkness comes out to play,
okay.
The dead of night is here to keep you company all night long. Whether you're winding down from a long day or just beginning your nocturnal.
I like the bed of nights.
Let my voice be your sanctuary, dear listener. A haven for all mysteries hidden away.
Thing is, I think it is going to be the apartment we're staying in. Because... let's see. Let's go see. Yeah, because there's the crime tape that's actually hanging up now. Son of a bitch! Oh, man.
Either Dale was paranoid or he had guests who didn't like sunlight. I was guessing the former. It was a Bible. Never took Dale for the religious type,
Bible.
but then I've heard some substances take mortals closer to God. One way or another. I got the fascination with spirit boards, but always wondered, what if the ghosts never learned to write?
Cologne?
Lotions and potions.
Oh, never mind. Those are potions. I was like, that looks like one of the heart-shaped potions.
I had never seen it before, and I thought I was down with the street trade. Had Dale whipped up a new cocktail? I was out of my league here. Maybe worth a chat with Sophia or Mrs. Thorne.
Oh. Okay.
Maybe Dale used it to scope out heavenly bodies.
Cringe. Is that the Incarn sarcophagus?
Huh. Maybe some sort of ancestral heirloom. Or Dale had been drunk at a flea market.
That's a mini version of the Incarn sarcophagus. Yeah.
This place used to belong to my old friend Dale. Used to. Dale did like to cook, as the youth seem to call it.
The cat's already dead!
Some of his own
No!
recipes, bought in others.
Oh.
Hey, buddy, not sure I agree with your philosophy.
Oh, it's the cat. Wait. Does it want me to...
Me and animals, we'd always had a...
No! I don't want to talk to the dead cat.
How long you been lying here? That's what I thought. I'm sorry, buddy. He didn't deserve you. Someone forgot to feed you. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's true. Dale did have his habits. Guess sometimes he let the real world pass him by. Did you see who killed Dale? Sorry. Hard to see anything if you don't have a pulse. Unless you're me, of course.
Yes, well, he's making them in his head.
Give me some wisdom, little cat buddy.
This is part of his derangement.
Well, that is illuminating.
Yeah, this is part of his derangement. It's a mix of his power and his derangement.
Any clues for me? I'm kind of stumped.
Meow, 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 meow.
Yes, Fabian's
Really?
Malkavian.
I'll have to remember that.
Okay.
I'll leave you to it, little pussy wuss. Sleep well.
Well then.
More rebar, huh? You aren't looking too well there, buddy.
We just... Fabian, do you think this was something important you should have told us about?
Cute kids. Though I do hear twins are a real handful.
I saw somebody playing this game on, I think it was PlayStation or something, and they were looking at this painting, and it looked so much worse than it does here. Like, the background was solid, and this just looked terrible. I was like, what graphic setting are you playing this on? And they were mad because they thought it was like a bootleg painting of the Voorhees sisters. But it was because their graphic setting was so low that they were like, this looks like Dookie. I was like, your graphic settings looks like Dookie, dude. Try turning it up. It's literally the exact same painting that's in their house, that's in their like penthouse.
Estrogen. Caution, do not take if male.
Wait, that's the exact same description from Bloodlines 1. Estrogen, the way he says it. Dale? Is there something you want to tell us, buddy? Well, damn. I don't think he's going to tell us.
If you could say one thing for the man, it's that he had an eclectic taste in clothes.
Well, at least he had a better wardrobe than anything I've had. All right. Anything else over here, or... Do you think I can talk to the radio? I'm kind of curious if I can talk to the radio.
Wasn't gonna speak to me.
Dale didn't pay attention to you, so why should I?
Okay.
Dale was one of those guys. You know, you've just seen him around. Talked to him a few times, maybe exchanged the latest
Didn't I see the voice actor earlier today talking about how he had fun playing Dale?
I'd say it's good to see you, but, you know, you being dead and all and a figment of my imagination, guess it means I don't find you
He
at
looks
your most
so tired.
scintillating.
Oh, hi, Fabian. Been a while. Yeah, I've been better, though I never looked exactly healthy, did I?
How's the alchemy trade?
How was the alchemy trade going for you?
I don't even have that many clothes either.
I've still got the
I have like
alch cookery around the
a
place.
few pairs of shorts,
Still got that
one pair of pants that isn't like dress pants,
in here. A note of butane.
and then like enough t-shirts for a week and a half.
Yeah, looks like.
You know when you get those favorite t-shirts, even if you have like a gigantic pile of them? Wait, he's a ghoul? I thought he was a thin blood.
You were a ghoul, right? I'm pretty sure of that. So who
Your
is
dummy thingy. Oh,
dummy thingy?
Who'd I
Dometer.
drink from, you mean? It's hard to say. I don't think I ever told you, Detective.
Don't think you ever did.
It'd kind of be important if you told us now.
For your case.
Yeah, maybe so.
How'd you die?
Obvious question, I guess, but how did it happen?
I'd say my throat was cut, and then I must
The thing
have
is,
been
though,
dragged
the
up
earlier
on
ones,
this
the heads were
rebar.
torn off.
Someone rammed it through my rib cage and then hung up a cross-like
Why would they
decoration
switch
like the
to
star on a
cutting
Frappaway
if
Christmas
the first
tree?
two at least had the heads literally just ripped off?
Right? I mean, to hold you up there.
Again, that's another thing that we haven't talked about this whole time.
This looks more and more like Kindred.
The modern ones are cut, but the old ones from the 20s are like torn off.
Sounds right to me.
Did you know the killer?
You know what? I think I did. At least, no sign of a struggle, and the door lock's still whole. Must have been someone I knew, or at least expected. Customer, maybe? I have helped you figure out one thing, Detective. There was a reason I was killed, right?
Sure. Someone's sending a message like the others.
A deranged in some way. Remember that from another vampire game?
and
Probably
I was
Swan Song. You get to play as Malkavian in that game, and she's awesome.
So, who my patron was is important one way or another.
Yeah?
You got that right, little buddy. Thanks, Dale. Sorry about, the whole strung up on a support beam thing.
I know a guy who
Well, no,
founded a whole
Rosalind was
religion
killed.
like this. You never know.
Rosalind was
Maybe
the
someone will
co-prince.
write the Book of Dale.
Okay. Okay, we got a couple
Reggie
leads.
was around here somewhere. Always worth dropping in right in a chat.
Yeah, we'll go talk to Reggie first, since it's like right outside. Reggie. Have we met Reggie? No. Don't look at the feet. 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 Bye, Deb. Oh, sorry. No, you're Bet. He does about a religion like that? Wait, what? Sorry about the whole being dead thing. Hey, Reggie. Oh, it was you. I'm pretty sure this was the voice actor that I saw.
Mr. Fabian.
Ooh.
I hope your God is being good to you, because mine is to me.
Oh, okay.
Reggie, old buddy. Anyone go into that apartment over there in the last few hours?
Huh? Well, I mean,
You okay, Reggie?
No memory?
This was not normal, even for Reggie.
Think hard, buddy.
Sure you didn't see anything?
Well, I thought I saw a,
All right, I think we have another person we're gonna have to read their mind on.
Huh. That was even more blank than Reggie usually was.
Okay.
Keep warm, Reggie. You never know when I might need you.
He's afraid of something, maybe?
You hear the city, Fabian? It's waiting there for you.
Reggie was never the sharpest tool in the shed. Let's see what's going on in here. I know I saw it. It was. That's a solid block, Reggie, my friend. Someone has put a compulsion on you.
Yeah.
Huh. Now that wasn't memory loss. That was a solid block. Someone had used kindred juju to seal Reggie's mouth. I wouldn't get anything from it, but I did know someone strong-willed it. Reginald, my friend?
Campbell?
Not too chilly?
No, Campbell was in the office, though.
All is calm. The world flows.
I want to get a bite from him since we're down 2 powers and we're about to go talk to Miss Thorne.
Take a little nip.
Sharing is the route to nirvana.
Okay. It could also be a mouth thing. True. V5 Malkavians get dominate, if I remember right.
Always the good stuff with you, Reggie. Have a good night, Reggie.
Become one with the heartbeat of the city, detective.
Okay.
I didn't want to go see.
Yeah, we're going. There's a lot of Camarilla clans that have dominate that could effectively block a memory. So it is very much in the air. It could be Malkavians, it could be Ventru, it could be oh, what are some other ones? Toreador has presence. I don't think they have dominate. Reggie, I've never met a person named Reggie that isn't chill.
Mrs. Thorne always made me want to gird my loins. I wish I knew what a gird actually was.
Wait a second. Hello. I've been doing some research on someone called the Nomad. I'll take a look. Must be important to remember later. Why is she researching the Nomad? This is because, reminder, this is before we get here. Hold on, I want to double check if there's anything else. Okay. Hey, Mrs. Thorne.
Good evening, ma'am.
Detective, is there something
Well, the thing
you
is
need?
dementation
She seemed in a
doesn't
good
exist
mood.
in V5.
I assumed she was marinating a couple of kids.
Is it an amalgam power? See, do you know this potion?
I found this potion. I thought since you were our expert on cauldrons and
I have my
insides and
sneaking
such, you
suspicions
might
with the fact that we
recognize
found out that the...
it? Something the Thin Bloods made, I'm sure.
Indeed.
Think it could be...
Memory.
It's a memory? It's a stored memory.
Salvia officinalis. Centella asiatica, Bacopa moneri, the vulgar time, and others. Memory and clarity, detective. To cloud or to erase, to improve, to reshape.
Oh.
Memory. I have the memory of it. God, what are those little things? Orange gills, swim around in circles, opposite of an elephant?
Koi?
Anyway, can you tell me who might use this or what they need it for?
You have partial information.
Dominate and obfuscate? Yeah.
There's a manufacturer.
Which the only ones that have dominate and obfuscate naturally in V5, I'm pretty sure the Malkavians. But it is not hard to get one of those.
Sophia? Not about this. That is a good call.
I was thinking it was goldfish or koi.
Mistress Thorne, thank you very much.
Seen any
You seen
murderers?
any murderers around the place at all?
What variety of murder, a young man? Of my precious time? Of the sanctity of a bookstore? Of the English language? I fancy I could put my hand on someone guilty of
I do kind of
all
like how like this is definitely like an old lady, but she has very much made a very, very cool modern cafe.
A quick trip up to the tower to call in on Sophia.
Like, if I could afford it, this is the kind of cafe I would like to build. Although I'd probably go with like a taller, more wooden. Actually, I kind of like the showgirl light fixtures. That's actually kind of cool. The cabaret lights, if you will. Okay. I think we're going back to the tower now.
If anyone...
Okay, oh boy. I like it. Like low lights, good coffee, simple menu, and then lots of good books. Oh goodness. Books are free as long as you buy a coffee. I'm a hard believer in third spaces, so I would work hard if I had a cafe to make it an appropriate third space. Honestly, the books would probably just be free as long as you're inside. Hi, Zero, how are you doing? Welcome in. You moved to Seattle to get away from weather like this. What the fuck were you thinking? How's the move going? We still have not found a house. The market is not pretty.
I figured Sophia would be in. She kept odd business hours, but then so did I.
Mandatory viewing message observed, please. And thank you, viewer Rivet Muncher. Back from dinner, welcome back, Digital Rocket. Thank you, Ordain. All right, we need to go talk to Sophia, who's the friend. Yeah, probably, right? Oh, I think I did that before. Okay. This is extremely ominous lighting, and I don't like it.
I figured I needed my strength for other things.
Just wanted to check back in.
I'm still here, still working.
Dead guy was Dale.
Well, I took a look at the scene. It was a place on Pioneer Square. I had a nice chat.
Thank you for your mandatory view message, Anoob.
Deals in thin blood.
Third spaces, like definition.
You know the guy?
So first spaces would typically be a person's house, a place where you rest your head, where you stay during your
All
private
evidence
time.
says so.
Second spaces are often work.
What the hell?
The secondary locations that
Someone's plotting this out like a dime novel.
second places are essentially places that you go every single day that you don't really like. It's not for amusement. It's not to relax. It's not anything like that. It's typically work. Work is usually the second space that every person has. Third spaces is somewhere where you can go to enjoy your time, to relax, preferably without spending money. But those barely exist anymore, especially in the United States. Things like free bookstores, libraries, stuff like that. Stuff that you can just go to and hang out and not be hassled or poked at or coerced into spending money.
I picked up this potion, wondering if you could tell me about it. Found it at Dale's.
Oh, interesting. Huh, this is fascinating. Not the recipe I know.
Could you take a guess?
I mean, we already know what Miss Thorne
Yes.
told us.
An enhancer, I would say. Something to magnify capabilities. to make your body work more efficiently somehow in one way or another.
Mrs.
Okay,
Thorne thought it
so-
had something to do with memories.
That's not like us thinking.
Makes sense.
Oh, no, we said that out
A
loud.
memory enhancer, yes. To make the subject's recall more acute, more capable.
You've never heard of Akuma?
Answer, huh?
Well, it's good to keep in mind. It's good to keep in mind when you think of those things.
Be in the market for memory potions.
Because third
I could give
spaces
a
used to be
Pinterest
abundant,
shake. Nico's
and they're
one for
not
the
anymore.
Katsumi might know, given it's a thin blood potion.
Dolly, perhaps?
Thanks to anti-loitering laws, you can't even go hang out at the park anymore without eventually getting
Sharing
harassed.
is never easy. Thanks. You've helped a bunch.
Yeah, like a rec center is a good example. A best friend's house kind of wouldn't be like a third space. It'd be more like being in somebody else's first space. Okay.
Toots.
Toots!
I wait with bated breath for your next visit, detective.
Toots. Oh,
I
good
knew where
lord.
Holly was hanging.
Why is he on the other side of town? Okay, we're going the long way. He was in the tower earlier. Yes, correct. Yeah, they're typically public or open to anybody to come in. It would not be your best friend's house. Rec centers, yes. Libraries, yes. Cafes that let you hang out even if you don't buy anything. Nope, there's no fast travel. We just get, when we're doing this, it's essentially the equivalent of speeding up the memory. It's like fast forwarding. We're not sprinting, we're just speeding up. Which is why, like, these guys are walking faster and the pitch of them gets higher. But yeah, we gotta go the long way. Strategic dissociation, yeah. This is one of the things that the Chinese room is really good at, is walking sims.
Step inside.
Which was why it was very weird for them to be making a action RPG.
That's right. It's hard to binge glow.
Every bench is the hostel. Correct! Because it's Paris. Because it's Paris. Long, long man. Radio station? Huh. Slowed and reverb. Yeah, I've seen some of the things for it where it's like everything is hostile architecture. None of the buildings have texture. Gotta fast forward through the ring.
Detective.
You're just hanging out here, dude? Buddy, you were way better dressed than living like this.
Well, well, Detective Fabian, as I don't live or breathe. Tell me, how's the case? Hot leads, cold bodies, reheated plots.
I love you, Tully.
Let me guess. You want to hear the word on the street. Pretty sure it was curbside pickup only.
Corey, the assistant, thank you for the
Something I heard
follow.
your
Welcome
boys
in.
Blue were being
How are you
real
doing?
strict about on Aurora Avenue.
What's with you and Benny?
I know you've got some kind of problem with Benny. What's that about?
It's more like Benny has a problem with
Our
him.
dear sheriff? Oh, no, 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 Detective. He's such a charmer, and so restrained and respectful, and brings joy to everyone he meets. Also beats
Hi,
up on
Indy.
little
What are
boys
you
if you
doing?
know. Nothing kinky.
I don't
Just
have to
violence.
switch to Ordain. I can't get Kirby Air Ride.
Do you, Detective? I know your badge
I
is
can't get
dusty,
Kirby Air
but
Ride.
remind me, what's the wording on
Not
there?
yet.
Service, pride, dedication. I see.
You missed.
If you look at the first letters.
Must make you proud to share such dedicated service with good old Benny Muldoon.
Looking into the alchemy trade.
Better living through chemistry, huh? You never struck me as the type.
Think of self-care.
Thin blood alchemy.
I'm almost out of water.
You any notion who might be buying an elixir of memory enhancement?
Memory enhancement.
What are you about to, Indy? What trouble you're getting into?
Come to me, I'm sure. Who'd need an improved memory? You know, Fabian, sometimes I'm so dull you could use me for crowd control.
Hmm.
You really don't know who needs this elixir?
He's as sarcastic as they come.
You tell me.
Anything suspicious?
Anything suspicious?
I don't know. Are Seattle dogs outside your culinary experience? Tubes of gristle
Seattle dogs?
slathered in fetid cheese and carbonized onion? It's a real public
Oh,
health hazard.
okay. It's like a Seattle hot dog.
Every time a tourist goes by, it just oozes out of their pores.
Okay, we gotta read his memories, I think.
I'll see you later.
Have fun down those mean streets, detective.
Really, Tully's the first vampire we need to hack a memory out of.
What's going on in here?
Misstabbing?
That's not helpful.
Damn it.
What secrets are we keeping?
But damn irritating. Damn, I gotta buy gifts for Christmas. And he's too close to the edge.
That can't be what you're hiding.
Damn it.
What are you hiding?
Fuck, I'm gorgeous, am I right?
It's Willem, you failure of a detective. Willem, right. I guess Tolly's entitled to his opinion.
Okay.
So, Willem was the buyer. And unless I missed my mark, Dale was his ghoul friend. Dale hung around in a room full of junk, staying well clear of the wider world. Right up Willem's alley.
Okay, then.
Willem.
But...
Seattle to get away from Wonderland.
Some of those thoughts are... Who's misstabbing? And Benny getting too close to the edge? Ah, fuck. Tully's in on this, isn't he? Tully's in on this, isn't he? The entire Camarilla's in on this except Lou, aren't they? Like, Lou and Ryong are gonna be the only ones that aren't in on it.
I was pretty sure Willem hung around here. No idea why. I don't think he ever drove a car. The rear view, you see. He's never been a fan.
Is the thing open? Yes, yes it is. No lock this time. Yes, that's exactly it. Effectively, I think we're coming up. This is why Fabian thought it looked familiar.
I had to find Willem's trick for getting into his haven.
I mean... Hello? Anna, thank you for the 20 stream streak.
I probably shouldn't be drinking random potions like this.
Is this gonna give us telekinesis?
Something told me I now have the key.
It is. I guess. Sure, why not? Sure, that's how it works. Okay, this may be what made it seem like an earlier conversation.
Willem was a strange kind of guy, and I was qualified in strange kind of guys.
No, we've already been here. We know we have to pull the switches.
Hey, Willem.
Detective Fabian, how's the case of the missing street sign?
Oh, I solved that a week ago. It wasn't about where the sign was, it was that the street itself had moved. The two are reunited and happy as bluebirds. I wanted to talk to you about something else.
His name's Santiago. Ring a bell, old man.
Santiago ring a bell?
The hunter? They called him the rebar killer in the dailies, didn't they?
The dailies!
A long, long time ago.
That's the guy. He's active again.
Really?
Telly for Foms? I think it's
That's
only a
not
potion and it's probably only for that one scene. They had to kind of bootleg it.
You know anything about alchemy and thin
I'm
bloods?
guessing. I feel like that's probably going to be the only time it comes up.
Whip up lotions and potions.
I don't know why we couldn't just
I'm not
pull the
suggesting they
levers.
put anyone in a juicer just yet.
Alchemy detective? You know I don't go in for that kind of thing.
Memory potions, Willem? To spring clean your memory palace? Maybe add an east wing and a pool? That'd be useful to
Not
you,
the
right?
East Wing!
I suppose so. I might.
Ironic.
You'd remember. That is the whole point. Come clean, buddy. Your noggin's always overflowing, and you're indulging in a bit of chemical expansion. It's not a sin.
That's
Oh.
important, Fabian. There's so much to remember. Names, numbers, dates.
I tell you,
I mean, you're doing that for work.
I would love to
I
forget.
was gonna say, that's the thing with older vampires get, the more they can't, like, remember fully all at once. You got them from Dale, didn't you?
You got the potions from Dale.
East Wing Skull. The East Wing doesn't
It is
exist
currently
anymore.
pinned up to a crossbeam by someone who's into very heavy metal.
Who knows what's under the East Wing, by the way?
His head? Fabian, what do you mean? Do you think I killed him? Well, how could I kill him?
Well, you couldn't have killed him, buddy. Compared to our killer, you're weak as a noodle.
Oh. Oh, that's the end of the memory. Okay.
He's weak as a noodle.
Hey, Hector.
There's no way he did this. But he was on the scene, and that's all we have right now. I mean, look at him. He's cooling his heels. Anything else before you go in?
Give me the rundown. I have no idea why we're here.
Fabian, we just talked about this. Come on, will you? Same method. Vic nailed to floorboards by rebar through the torso. And that goddamn sword cross thing. Again.
Okay.
Get those from the 5 and dime, so that's a threat to follow, I guess.
Hey, Chad, you want to know a
Nothing
weird
special about
coincidence
the
that I found out today that
apartment?
relates to the East Wing and the bunker that's underneath it? Remind me of the victim.
So, the victim. What else do we
Oh, this was so much information for it overruns. Correct. That's why there's mechanics in V20 for if you're playing an elder to actually remember. Oh, the White House East Wing, Anub.
Trying to pick up on
In the
pieces
United
that only
States.
Isaac knew.
The White House in the United States. Isaac. Isaac was the Nosferatu that was in the chair.
Isaac.
Have you listened to anything I've said?
Cocaine wing? Sure.
Theorizing.
That's also not what it was used for. It was mainly First Ladies'
that in the
offices and
privacy
the
of your own
military offices wings.
Together, there's work to do here.
Yes, I'm pretty sure there was even a show. Oh no, that's the West Wing, isn't it? The show was the West Wing.
So, our suspect.
Sweat him out. Find out whether he saw anything, why he was there in the first
But yeah, if
place.
anybody
how
doesn't
he
know,
knew
the
our
East
Vic,
Wing was,
you know the
of
deal.
course, the east side of the White House. Technically where like the First Ladies' offices would be, some of the military offices, and like some press offices. Originally, when Trump said he was going to build the ballroom, he said that the East Wing was not going to be touched. However, over the past like week and a half, the entire East Wing has come down. The entire East Wing has come down. It's gone. Also, hi, Belle. And if you didn't know, underneath it is the old Cold War era. I'm trying to remember what the acronym is. It's something like Presidential Emergency Operations Center, which is the bunker. It's the nuclear bunker under the White House. And it was initially announced they were building the ballroom and stuff this July 31st. And I saw a video earlier today that somebody was talking about. They were like, there's another thing that happened in July, exactly 90 years ago in Germany. And anybody know their German history? Anybody know about the Führer bunker? Does anything logical? Oh no, there's logic behind it. The cruelty is the point. The Führer bunker that was built under the it was the Reich something, Reich House, something like that. And it doesn't exist anymore because it was destroyed during World War II. It had a ballroom, and they built the entrance to the Führer bunker underneath the ballroom. Das Führer bunker, yes. But they announced that they were building it, the ballroom, I mean, July 21st. Reichstag? No, not the Reichstag. Different building. It's the home of the Chancellor. The home of the German Chancellor, which I'm pretty sure is not the Reichstag. Chancellery? I don't think that was the word, but maybe. Maybe it was. I think maybe they gave me the word in German. But yeah, it was basically the Chancery. And he built a ballroom and put the Führer bunker entrance underneath it. July 21st, 90 years ago. The ballroom in the White House because he's an egotist. Or the thing is, this video was basically coming down to like a conspiracy theorist being like, this isn't an egotist thing. This is a tribute, is what this person was claiming in their video. 90 years with only a difference of 10 days in the same month. That's a fucking tribute. Not to mention his urge to build the, what was it? The Arc de Triomphe? I say Trump? Arc de Trump. Basically, he wants to build a version of the Arc de Triomphe for himself in Washington, D.C. No, this has nothing to do with Jeffrey. Honestly, I bet Donald Trump honestly does not give a shit about Jeffrey at this point. Evil Orange's first term when he addressed some generals and said, hey, you guys need to be like those German generals. And one general tried to throw him a lifeline asking, you mean like Bismarck, right? Not like the ones in the 40s? Said no, like Hitler's guys. I also keep seeing memes of people being like me in 2029. Me and the boys drilling into the presidential bunker in 2029. I'm telling you guys, he's almost certainly not planning on leaving that White House at the end of the term.
Who was he? Exactly. That kind of thing. You know how to do this.
Okay.
How's the wife and kids?
Fabian, we are vampires. You do get that right. Bloodsuckers, the undead, sold our souls to the devil. We don't get to have wives and kids.
You sure? I mean, we can go to church, right? A priest could get us married. We could adopt.
Fabian.
This wasn't a proposal. You were worried about a girl. Because we do know he was last time.
You were Bo?
If it'll keep you on track.
Bo.
Yes, there is a girl. No, I'm not her beau. She's a problem for someone else. Satisfied? We've got a man in the sweatbox.
Look, there's a reason why Payday has a White House tie. So wait, does it? Hi, B. Thank you for the mandatory viewing. All right, let's go talk to this man.
I'll deal with this.
All right, I'll be listening.
But yeah, there's my conspiracy theory of the day.
Anything deeper.
Let's see what the little fella had to say.
Okay. It also doesn't look like we have our powers in this one.
Here he was, pale, sort of sweaty. Something bugged me about him, but I couldn't put my finger.
This is generic.
Hello there, pal. I hear you had a bad start to your night.
A hell of a thing.
True, they very much could, but very likely would just become targets.
Axel. Don't I know you?
I don't know how you could.
Huh. Strange how memory plays tricks. But anyway, lay it out for me.
What do you want to know?
Tell me about yourself.
So tell me about you. What's your business?
I'm nobody important, detective.
Also, alert check, sound off before the ad break starts.
Accountant?
An accountant for who?
That's right.
So why are you sweating, accountant?
I'm not feeling well, but also because I work at Lou's place, and I know you detectives don't like it there.
You run numbers
the
for
Glacier
Grant's place now. That is interesting. But you do look a little pale.
What's up?
Tell me why we picked you up.
Don't you know?
I'm the one asking the questions here.
I'm the one asking questions.
I was just visiting a friend at Sunset Heights. I guess wrong place, wrong time. Your boys in blue thought I was something to do with this killing.
Who was this friend?
Huh? It's just a friend. There's no law about that, right? I'm happily married.
All right, hold on. We're going to pause it here because we have the ad break coming up. Hi, Fluffyosa. How are you doing? All right, let me get words on stream for y'all. I need to go refill my water because it is bone dry. And I will give you all the music. And we will be back shortly. Stay out of trouble. Don't burn anything down. You better behave, every single one of you. Hi, Grimvlo. William Defoe. Coward. You disgust me. Anyway. I'm also going to take off the heart rate monitor. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? What'd I miss? Concrete. Again. Free lane. Anyway. No vor. Vor's never a word in this game. People try that word over here all the time. All the time. Puts the stage on fire. A noob. Illegal. Illegal. Also, wait a second. Bloodlines has an announcement post today. Okay, they just posted another video. Walking through Seattle. Adam Sandler is Opera Man singing in this style. Listen, it's fine. You sing it like it's Creed is what you do, okay? That's all you gotta do. You sing it like you're listening to Creed. Perfect. Damn. Lane. Listen, it's fine. Okay, let's go. Put the game away. Sheesh. Even flow. Anyway. Back to interrogating this weird man. Do you know the victim?
You know the victim.
Which I'm guessing this is just after Rosalind.
You knew Isaac. How?
Wait, no, Isaac's the one who's dead here. Okay.
I'd been sent with a package for him, that's all.
By your boss? By Lou Graham?
Hi, Rocket. Why are y'all saying debt?
Right.
Why are y'all keep saying debt today?
For the books. You know what the package was?
Is it because I'm not paying
And
my
he wasn't
student
dead when you gave him the
loans?
package?
No, I just we talked and then I left.
Wife know where you are?
Wife know where you are?
She knows I have business tonight. She's used to me working late.
They do say absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Okay.
I've always wondered about that myself. Some people I don't see for months or years, but when we meet up, they still don't.
House MD? What do you mean house?
Did you see anything?
It's lupus. It's not lupus.
No.
Right, and I was the Emperor of China. Right, and I'm the Emperor of China.
I didn't, I swear.
You're sweating like a ham in a steamer there, fella. Hey, fella, clamming up will do you no favors at all.
I'm sorry, I can't help you.
The patient needs vampire blood. We don't have any in stock. He needs it. Find a vampire.
Time for a breather and maybe a change of tactic.
Okay, it's gonna let us use our powers now. Seems to be the case.
I didn't think that would help.
What do you mean?
Oh, that would have just wasn't gonna speak to me. I didn't see the point in confusing things. I got a few more questions.
Sure, detective.
Okay.
Come on, buddy, spill the beans. You saw something.
I got nothing to say, detective. Honest.
So you have my vampire Yowie? No. Not
If only I
allowed.
could find a way to figure out what was on his mind.
That's what I tried to
give him
do.
a minute, but I knew I'd have to keep poking.
Here we go. I don't know why that didn't let me do it a
What's
second
going on
ago.
Here.
The sound of lights is deafening. It still stings a bit when he bit me.
They never told me what the embrace would really mean. Ha! Willem had seen the killer. It was right at the top of his mind. Time to put on the thumb screws.
Okay, Willem.
I'm listening.
Was it Isaac?
You're just like me, a goddamn kindred, a vampire.
A bloodsucker, you son of a bitch!
No, it's not what you think.
It absolutely is.
Absolutely is what I think. Did you off Isaac?
No, he offed me. I mean, Isaac. I went to him to be made over into a vampire.
Okay, why?
Some deal he did with Lou, and well, we
The two of you did the deed.
Did the deed.
I get it. Oh, your face hasn't done the, you know.
What do you mean?
Oh, never mind. No, you'll find out. So, then you cut his head off and ran him through with rebar? Was that part of the deal?
No, it wasn't me. I didn't see. I was recovering and I didn't see anything. I swear.
We both know you saw something. Something to do with the killer? You're scared of him, right? This guy kills and kills, buddy. You give me a name, I can protect you.
Okay, listen. I did that thing with Isaac.
Gay!
Feels dirty, don't it? But I get you. Takes it out of you and puts it right back.
Tully has enough yaoi for everyone. I don't want to think about Tully's yaoi if he's a traitor. Which I kind of think he may be, even if I like his personality.
I was sitting recovering off in the corner.
I'm starting to think a bunch of the people that we've met in the court are just a bunch of fakes. And like the only person who was real was fucking Benny. And Lou. Maybe Lou, aside from her sickness. Did you get a good look at him?
You got eyes on him, right?
Not really. It was dark. Isaac had turned the light off. He was tall, had a hat.
I suppose that also explains why his face was so
Kinda
swollen.
like yours. Taller than you,
Was
though.
because Isaac had the
Maybe a
same
bit
deformity.
shorter. His eyes caught the light. Kind of weird. And I could hear him breathing. Sort of controlled, like he'd come a distance but was trying not to.
Oh, breathe, did he? That is the first goddamn useful thing you said. Confirms he's not a dead man walking.
Okay. Did he see you?
Did he see you?
No, it was weird.
Who knew vampires were so
I was
untrustworthy?
scared.
I never would have known.
He's walking up towards
I
Isaac.
kind of wish that there would be, we'd get a fucking vampire game where the court itself doesn't end up turning into like a whole bunch of traitors.
I was holding it anyway.
But oh well.
This guy walks right past me, looks straight at me.
All the fucking New York novels basically end at being like, oh yeah, we kind of knew the information we sent you out on like a lifeline for. Probably thought you were a toy. Yes, ghouls can theoretically live forever as long as they get their monthly blood.
It's your cheerful.
But they do go kind of like, think of the worst drug addict you've ever seen, and then multiply that by 10.
So creepy.
They don't turn into that necessarily, but it's the most heinous drug that you could ever have.
So then what happened?
He comes up behind Isaac. Isaac still hasn't noticed. And then he pulled out this sort of long rod from a golf bag over his back and
the rebar?
He stabbed Isaac straight through his spine from behind. It came out front.
Okay, that would be the rebar.
Front. God, who can do that? Who could do that to anyone?
A werewolf?
All the air came out of him like a...
Mage Ascension game win? Listen, I would love to have an RPG where you get to play a mage.
Like a... But you didn't see his face? Hands? Anything?
I saw his hands as he just reached out and he grabbed the side of Isaac's head and he just...
Pop goes the weasel, huh?
Hold it off.
So, our man is strong, real strong. But he breathes like a...
That sounds like a werewolf.
Not good news. I gotta take this to my boss.
What should I do now?
Invest in face cream. Go see Lou.
Go see Lou. She's the one who landed you in this mess. She takes care of people, they say. Depending on how you interpret the words take care of, that might be a comfort to you.
Into clicks and factionism, correct.
Anyhow, now gotta figure out...
Mostly like that. There's older cities in the lore that like actually worked well together for a long time.
Goodbye, detective.
I'm certain we'll meet again, Mr. Willem Axel.
But it wasn't like that. It's like most of the stories that you get in the visual novel in New York, like Coteries of New York, Shadows of New York, Reckoning of New York, you all end up at the end basically just being like finding out that the court knew exactly what the answers to exactly what they sent you to. Hello.
Ryong? Where am I? No longer splattered across the pavement for one. You're in Weaver Tower.
Yes, that was Willem at the table. Are we not going to talk about The poor man that's probably dead behind us. Holy shit, dude. Unhands me.
How? Tolly found you, brought you back. He's handling cleanup as we speak.
What did you do?
Not now, Sophia.
He was my... Willem. He was as close to a friend as I
He
had.
blew himself up.
And you...
Excuse her. Tonight's events caused some distress, and she's not alone. Campbell's records are part of the machinery that keeps the city running. Or at least, they were.
Was that entire place full of fucking
I'm gonna
records?
need an explanation.
I tried to save Willem.
Willem's hand was forced by one he called the Gardener. I tried to save him, but...
The Gardener? Who?
Willem used my mark against me, just as Isabella did. There can be no question.
Just to wake
These
us
are
up?
not
Yeah.
isolated cases. There are no coincidences. This is the work of the Sabbat.
No. No. No.
He wanted
Willem
to see his
would never-
family.
He would never.
I am sorry, Sophia, for your loss.
He wanted to see his
He had
family. He was
clothed
so
himself in
desperate.
dynamite. Someone
That
else
was not
caused it to
dynamite.
detonate.
The fucker
Someone
had
who was not
C4.
present. I could not have prevented it.
This... Gardener.
Am I sitting in her office chair?
I need to think. You will return tomorrow night. In the meantime, see what you can do to smooth things over. Sophia?
Why does her
you have
face
work
look
to
so
do?
red?
Of course, my prince.
Why is Ryong's face so red?
Poor Sophia. She truly was fond of Willem. You should maybe go see her. Leave that wound untended, it might fester. You'll want to check in with Tolly too, seeing as he gave you the tip. This time of night, he's usually at the Dutchman.
Okay.
Sophia's still likely working in her lab. Hopefully she's holding up okay after the Willem fiasco. But you're good with her. She could use that.
Okay. Has just entirely gone rogue? It's not unheard of. They usually send in, what are they called? A adjudicator? Justicar, that's what it is.
About Willem. Sophia, I am sorry.
You never promised you would save him. It was an impossible task.
Yeah, it usually happens, but then they send in the Justicars, which are... Imagine how strong a prince is, and then, like, go a couple generations up higher.
Sorry, love, for blaming you. I didn't know what to do.
And they will usually wipe out
Fire.
an entire court in one night.
For him. But now... now I walk alone.
There's, like, Justicars are so strong to a point that their ghouls are stronger than most fledgling vampires. You were not alone. I am here.
Not quite alone. Not now.
More flirting. More flirting.
I learned something, you know? About the mark.
Did you?
The symbols? The script is from Old Enochian. They
Language
talk
of angels?
Binding, weakening. At the core of it, I couldn't...
Can I cut off my hands?
Not exactly. But there's been talk amongst the anarchs. Fire. What they said? I don't like what it suggests.
What did they say?
What was it they said?
After you woke, you spoke of the old sect, the Sabbat.
I did.
You say
I know
old
it
sect like they
evolved,
don't exist
and
anymore.
Isabella used that name. The Black Hand is here in Seattle.
Cinnamon roll flavored vampire?
Associated with such a
Maybe. The thing is, she's so old that at this point, I almost don't believe it. She feels too naive to be a 100-year-old vampire, at least. She was not
She will
alone.
not have been alone. The sect works in packs. This gardener is part of it, I am sure, and he involved Willem. Do you think the Sabbat gave me this mark?
It's wreckable, but there's sign the prince fucked up. We're correct. Because they usually show up and they're like, all right, your power is now beneath me. Get set to get decked, motherfucker, if you don't do what I say.
Others. It's just...
That's usually what the Justicars are like.
Such is the nature of the material.
I've never seen a lot of campaigns that use them, but I have seen a couple here and there that use them as plot devices.
Me to retrieve them.
Usually for the
There's
worse.
no other way. They were confiscated decades ago by Lou.
No. The thing is, we were in torpor. We're trying to find a goal. The thing is, she feels too harmless to be a 100-year-old vampire. Even a vampire that's only like 20 years old, like maybe Tully, gets very jaded very quickly. And she feels more like I'm talking to like a brand new human out of college in research lab. Do as I say, the city gets a new prince? Correct. Okay.
And you are certain that these books will provide my answers?
As much as I can be, yes. Luke, Graham, and I...
Thing is, I don't think so, because she literally has a lab inside of the tower, which means the power structure likes her.
Very well.
For some reason.
Thank you. I have to finish.
You don't get a laboratory full of blood as a blood sorcerer
I will see you there.
down the hall from the prince's office without being liked. Okay, we're going to Lou.
Sounds like we're
I
headed to
do.
the
I really
glacier.
like her, but
My love.
Be quiet.
There's no shame. I'm sure you got plenty going for you, being the nomad and all.
Do you know what happened between Sophia and Lou?
Well, Lou's done a lot of folks dirty in her time. Sophia's just worse at hiding how she feels about it.
wait a second. Wait, go back up. The indicator is doing something. I don't think it's back here. Why was it increasing inside the elevator? Okay. A daughter. No, not darkness. Daughter of cacophony. It may be the fear. I could be. I'm probably entirely wrong. She may actually just be crazy because whatever this sect is, that's the Sabbat in this case, may have infected her with something so that she is no longer suitable to be prince. Why does it? Yeah, there's something up above, but I don't know how to get to it. God, I love the snow and lighting. Damn, the music. All right, we'll also try to pick up some.
Losing his sire to the rebar killer.
Willem's gardener is the one behind these dreams.
It does seem so, doesn't it? Sunflowers and riddles. Trying to make me remember something. But what? After so long, time starts to squeeze, juicing out the pulp.
Are you lost, gorgeous? You look like you're dressed up enough for the Macomb bar.
Damn it! I'm too gorgeous now. Babies suck? Wait. This unsettling, brilliant, and bizarre guerrilla marketing campaign titled Babies Suck sees the unusual, albeit not entirely far-fetched, collab between social activist group Ban Vaping and nonprofit organization Unplanned Parenthood, uniting under one central banner. It's never too late to quit. The stark tone and aggressive imagery has started controversy amongst pro-lifers and vapors alike in what has to be the most bold and provocative crossover since Piznachios. The campaign has racked up over 6.8 million impressions on Seattle socials alone and left the city stunned. It calls into bright and sobering question, even if just for a single fleeting moment, is it all worth it? Okay. I don't want to read the rest. Are Malk and Toreador thing? Kind of, sort of. They're one or the other. We don't know exactly. Hey, buddy, you want to fight?
No, I don't want the balance. You picked the wrong guy to mess
go,
with
bitch.
tonight.
Played a Bruhan. Lou called me stinky. Lou does tend to do that. Yeah, but we're also currently playing as, well, we're in La Sombra, but we're, what was that? Oh, we need one of those.
Bad night to our heels.
Correct. Here's somebody who's actually trying to pick the car.
Stuff going on in Seattle.
Is this your car? Sorry.
I'm sure you are. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Help! Please!
Go in for a wreck. A look.
No, no.
Afternoon,
Just go
Oscar.
away. I'll do anything.
Oh man, you had to be standing
Stay
there.
away. Leave me alone.
It's fine. They have their backs turned. Totally fine. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Zabitsi and Shamir thank the gods their two normally don't get along. That's actually, we had Blood Brothers in our campaign last night. I hate Blood Brothers. It's really hard also to play Blood Brothers because they're boring. Either that or you have to have like a team of multiple of them. And almost nobody ever wants to just be like, yeah, I'll play a Blood Brother.
Wonder
Why
how
not?
Nick's got along with your menu recommendations.
They're just one of those bloodlines that's better as an NPC than anything else.
Strike me as predictable.
Not
What you
here
got
to
going?
reduce this hotel to a pile of smoldering ash as well, are ya?
I wish to know you.
In the biblical sense, Nomad? And maybe. But believe me, you would not be the lion. You'd be the lamb.
I'd hate to tell you, miss.
I will speak to you again.
I'm the one with the cool tattoos. You are the one wearing a turtleneck. Wait a second. Okay, I'm not wearing a turtleneck. Yes, the Blood Brothers are a bloodline of basically a very small type of vampire. Their whole gimmick is that they are basically like a hive mind almost. And they can attach each other's body parts to each other. They're kind of cool, but they're really like a version of Zamitsi, what are they called? Shlachtas? War ghouls? They're not a very interesting, they're basically henchmen. They're above a regular ghoul. They're more human looking than a war ghoul. But it's like the Zamitsi version of gargoyles. Shamir made gargoyles, Zamitsi made Blood Brothers. Hi, Lou.
Fire. How unexpected. Is this business or leisure?
How was your last meal?
Has the standard of your catering improved?
Significantly. Whatever you told the stray worked wonders. A veritable feast for the senses. You know, just last night, she brought me the most darling...
Very effective villain ones. Yeah, they work better as villains or henchmen than anything else. Don't really work that great as player
I couldn't
characters.
pronounce his last name, but...
Just because you end up with just a group of boring people. Still, yeah, we'll ask her. Why
You
not?
have had no more visions? You feel less troubled?
Visions? I have no idea what you refer to.
I have been searching for answers and discovered that texts once existed that could be of use to me.
Hi, Bardic. How are you
Texts
doing?
referring to older matters. Gehenna, Cain. Texts you confiscated. Will you reveal them to me?
And why would I do such a thing?
'Cause you owe me?
You know as well as I that such texts in the wrong hands could incite hysteria. Something which is only useful when carefully orchestrated.
She doesn't like Safian.
The mark on my hand. I believe this may hold an answer.
I see.
Okay, married Lou yet?
So,
I don't think we've got to even flirt with Lou. Unfortunately.
I do possess the texts you seek. They're hidden in the crypts beneath St. Stephen's Church.
Ooh.
You may borrow them.
Well, that was a mite easy. Where's the catch?
It's gonna be full of horrible monsters,
I'm
isn't
astonished
it?
you haven't already found them. Didn't organized religion used to be your clan's playground?
Yes.
A cold, dark crypt? I half expected you to make a haven of the place. But back to the matter at hand.
Is there some price to pay?
What is the price for this knowledge?
Why, dear, nothing. You work for me now, after all, and I must keep you happy.
My time here is temporary.
I am not your servant. When I have found my answers, I will leave.
But of course, my dear. Just you keep believing that. Now, you should run along. Just make sure that...
Uh-oh. Vision time!
Desert is rust and ochre, and the goddess of wine and
Or
honey
is this-
decays into dotage. She does not see the feast in preparation, nor the 13th guest, as the cuckoo calls it to sup.
These are something else. These are...
Lou Graham!
Oh, Nomad. I believe our business is done. Leave me.
Very well. We will talk again.
Okay. Can I talk to you now by chance? Probably not. Fuck off 2020? Listen. Those are the same books. That's unusual. Carmilla. A copy of Carmilla. Amazing. Market investment, biggest risk. The man's man. Coldest day on record. Opinion pieces. Okay. I'm nosy. I want to go this way to see if it'll let me. No? Nope. Not a chance. I don't get to go to the ominous observer room. We're playing with Sombra. Yeah, we're currently playing with Sombra. We've already got the... Again, though, we've also found these gold crosses in almost every single trainer's area. Lurk check. Hi, Mungo. All right, sound off, guys. Lurk check time. I need to see some emotes. I need to see some highs. I need to see some shenanigans. All right. So I guess we're going to St. Stephen's. During the winter when the sun doesn't rise. That would be a fun thing. It would be a pretty fun campaign.
Like we got some grave robbing to do. St. Stephen's. St. Stephen's. I reckon I was there not long ago. Yeah.
Hi, Naruto.
Books, though. As for Lou's episode, you've seen her vulnerable. She won't take kindly to that.
Wait a second. It's that way. Hey, buddy. They're shooting at me? No, they're fighting each other. What? Are those the police? It's down here. Oh. Oh, hey. Shit.
What was that? Jesus Christ.
Don't beat the cops. That was so mean. What about other animals? Yes, you can feed off other animals. Rats are just the most available. Huh. I guess they did beat up the cops. How the fuck did the cops get on the roof? All right, we're gonna do this the fun way.
Here we are. The crypt is down in the foundations through the church itself. I guess where you'd expect to find a crypt, right?
You tell me. It is your religion.
Well, I mean, I don't really call myself a... Yeah, never mind. I know what you mean.
Hmm? Was that a white man thing? It feels like it was a white man thing. We're gonna go get that before we go inside. Because there's also... Hey, buddy!
This come on? Sure, why not?
Easy peasy.
I feel almost like I'm under your spell.
Under your spell, really? Nom. Bricks for lurkers? Hi, Waffle. How are you doing? Welcome in, Drake. What trouble are you getting into? Okay, we're going this way. Listen, we gotta collect as much as we can because I want to get as many of the powers as we can so we can also get all the outfits. Yeah. Oh. Did you get stopped by a curb? I was gonna say, is it actually gonna let me up and over this fence? Or am I gonna get hurt by it? Those are huge doors. Is that book floating? No, that's a picture. The picture's floating though. Jesus! Okay. Uh-oh. Shit. Ah, okay, this is not gonna go well. Makeshift business card, essentially just a sticky note that someone's applied a stamp to on both sides. Ghostess with the mostest.yubhub.com. Paranormal Investigations, Yubhub channel. The back is a QR code alongside a handwritten edition. Contact deets in link. Would love to feature your story. Safety inspection form and a letterhead from Seattle Gas and Electricity engineer Connie Hunt. Reason for call out: multiple reports of people experiencing blackouts and disorientation in the immediate area. Full inspection for CO required. Something is severely wrong.
Ooh, cold enough to freeze the tits off a frog. Where did Lou store her unmentionables?
Whole statues down here? Seattle Gas inspection was on ineligible scribble. Next inspection due, ineligible scribble. Keep going downstairs, forgetting to check damn gas, even with respirator. Fucking losing it. Check again. Huh. Memory problems. But what is this? A rabbit. Abandoned baby toys. Some of the toys appear to be brand new, while others seem to be decades old, degrading with age. There's a noxious smell of old paint, aged rubber, and moldy cotton. A shrine to children, maybe? I don't know for sure.
We should check these crates. Come over here.
Those are the cultists.
Not so close. You've got red breath.
Marked assailants? Not cultists?
Just focus. Books, papers, whatever you can find.
Interesting.
Still wakes the horrors in the deep. They shall slumber no more.
Oh. He's coming back.
We will no longer need to hide. The day and night will be ours.
Victory is within the reach of the Black Hand.
Strike me again!
There.
To you!
Come here, thin blood, mister. Interesting. Books. Ode to Hardestat. Oh. Highly decorative red cover, but the well-loved volume spine is falling apart. Its worn pages indicate it's been used extensively, but has been since left to rot. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Is it the notes to Constantinople? No, that's something else. Wait. No, this is the notes that we found. That have this reference to the same figure. Pilgrim, referred to as Via Dante de Constantinople, was allowed access to the Vatican for research purposes. It was unclear what the reason for their access was, but the description and name closely matches that of another pilgrim who was employed by the court of Charles VI to lead a mapping expedition to the northern Carpathians. Is that part of our story? Marked with an X, though crossed off a list. Shovel nearby has been recently worn down with extensive use. Okay. Yes, Thin Bloods are vampires. Didn't I mention that earlier, or is that somebody else? Ebook. Loosely found portfolio of text with an aura of dust and dried blood. The pages are paper thin, but are of something other than paper and are covered in dense script, which are not immediately readable. However, there are a few familiar symbols, a repeated sigil which refers to Gehenna, and 3 which the nomad has seen before in connection to the prophecies of the Sabbat.
Reckon that's the goods. Let's get them back to Sophia.
Okay. Thing is, I'm not exactly gung-ho for going back up. We also didn't find the body of the priest, which is concerning. It seems like he was attacked. If I get jumped coming up this ladder... Okay. Again, I'm kind of concerned that this church is about to turn into a boss fight. Oh, come on.
Come on out, chicken shit.
You won't find any sanctuary in here, Quasimodo.
Okay. Are you just gonna stand there the whole time?
The end times approach.
I have a plan. That's the wrong person! That was an accident. That was funny. Hi, guys. Woo! You say so. How many people do we have here? Oh, that's it? Okay. Uh-oh. That's our big boy. Oh.
Come out. I yearn to see you.
Wait, who the fuck are you? It's always night because the vampires cannot be active any other time. That's fine. There's this teleport. Oh my god, stop fucking kidding me. You. Fuck off. Anyway. Hi, Mia. There it is. Yeah, she's also technically still afraid, which is very funny. Oh, I'm lagging. It's a nun? Why is she blindfolded?
Right. Well, we can deliberate about that.
She has the symbol on her head.
For now, we should get back to Sophia before more turn up.
Wow, y'all really trashed this place in the 2 minutes I went downstairs. 20 rounds is 8 rounds. No, it does technically have a barrel drum. It did, in fact, have a barrel drum on it.
So, were we followed? Or did Lou send those idiots after us? She knew where we were headed. Makes no sense.
Seattle Sun. No casualties have been reported at this time. There's a second story on the lower column. Atrium Pandemonium. Rumors of a fringed party gone awry swirl around Seattle's most exclusive nightclub, Atrium. Long famous for its boundary-pushing nights of high-class debauchery, Atrium seems to have pushed the boundaries too far last night as locals report sounds of screams and bloodstains in the snow before police were called to shut down the party. Seattle PD deny reports of any disturbances, claimed not to have been called to the venue. Atrium now appears to be mysteriously closed despite of sold-out events being scheduled over the coming days.
Though, I'd lay odds those boneheads were the same flavor as Atrium. Feels like someone else has got eyes on us.
Mm-hmm. There's one person we know that is always following us. Yes, it does require a roll, and you can get merits that let you stay up later. Like, the Zemitzi I play on Sunday nights has the early riser merit, which means she gets to stay up a hour after the sun rises and get up an hour before the sun goes down. All right. Angry dude. We'll get him in a minute. Will they need to roll for it? No. They may need to do like a self-control. Hold on, I'm gonna talk to Miss Thorne real quick.
Well, if it isn't our noble sheriff, what are we up to today?
No,
Keeping
the
peace
damage from the
or
sun
blowing
is
up
so
buildings?
fast. Maybe I do
would
want
like
to get
some
one of
more
their
of your
skills
help.
just to get it.
I look forward to the attempt.
Cauldron of Blood, recall. Nah. Let's get Cauldron of Blood.
There was no copious vomiting last time. Pity. I should have liked a sample. Well, bottoms up, I suppose.
What?
Excellent.
Will not allow it? It depends
appear to
if,
have
like,
been
you run screaming. I mean, if you set yourself on fire, it takes an extreme amount of willpower. All right, we gotta know, what outfit did we get? Hell yeah, we got the cool outfit. Even as fucked as the collar is. I like this outfit.
You came. Do you have the texts?
Here.
Yes.
Mm.
This looks right.
I don't like this. It's always the thing whenever you play a campaign or thing and you find like, this is very obviously like a Book of Nod or a Sabbat spell book or grimoire of some kind. It's like, why does the person want this? What are you gonna do with this? Hi, Skull. Well, thank you for the eyes. I need answers
I
now.
have spent enough time in ignorance. I need answers now.
Becoming immortal didn't improve my quickness of translation. I mean,
I've only been using this outfit. It's one of the best outfits in the game.
Gehenna and Cain, but I'm sorry, this is not fast. And I spoke to Ryong. She asked to see you tomorrow night, first thing.
Well, yeah, she told us that already.
I don't know.
I don't know why you're saying that. We were in the same room together.
Open with this. I mean, we haven't been
It's
careful
fine.
enough.
It's fine. It's
What
whatever.
if Lil somehow found out what your marks meant? That they could be tied to the Sabbat? Who knows what she would demand of Ryong if she thought you a threat. The old prince has
But then,
ways of
like, even then, the Nomad has never cared for holding a seat of power. I believe in Ryong.
Ryong knows her own mind. She may yet prevail against her sire.
Thing is, though, is I don't think
don't
Lou's.
think strength of mind plays too large
I don't
a
think
part.
Lou's like gone crazy. I think she's affected by something.
If you say so. I should get on with my reading. Not that I don't want you to hear. I do. But, you know.
Let me know when you have something.
I will.
Okay.
Good night, my love.
Have we done it? Did we win? Hi, Bread. Y'all heard that, right? I need the meme of people been doing recently where it's like just the fist up followed by the strum from, what is it, Highway to Hell or something? Win. Did you hear her? She called me her love. Excellent. All right. I think the next costumes I want to go for, though, are probably going to be the Banu Hakim.
Finally getting somewhere. In the meantime, what do you say we check in on Katsumi? Or Tali, maybe?
Oh. Okay, actually, now we can talk to Miss Thorne. Let's do that while we're here. Win? Very much win.
You're becoming quite the regular here, aren't you?
Maybe I am.
Ah, now. I believe there is something to pick up in the alley behind the crab walk. I'm afraid it's in a dumpster, but I'm sure you can liberate it. Forgive the smell.
Very well.
Okay.
I look forward to speaking again soon.
The question is, we're gonna have to wait and see if we're being manipulated, because I don't trust it. I don't trust it one bit. All right, we got a long way to go. Oh, here's an ad for Bet. Hosted by late night call show and radio legend Bet of the Bet of Nights. You're up past your bedtime. Pillow talk, hot news, and sweet nothings from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Chat, what if we did do a late night radio show? We could get a setup going.
Really appreciate some help.
Get an interface for it. And it would just be like listening to some maybe spooky tunes here and there. Secret schemer? That's what I'm afraid of. She feels too innocent for knowing that she's over 100 years old. She feels too innocent. Same thing with Tully. Tully feels too likable now. Blinded by the fucking light. Jesus. Oh, I do want to do... Oh. I do want to do a talk show at some point. Not gonna lie. It's them. They're watching me. Of course. I have to do an Oscar. Oh, who sees me?
Suspect is not moving. Repeat.
We're just gonna hang out here a little bit, methinks. Let's just wait for the gunshots to stop. Personal voice training goes, hell yes, Sours? I forgot how to say your name. Also, I think the thing we're looking for is actually over there, not over here. Oh no, it's up there. Okay, fighting's over. Who lived? That ain't right. Ooh. Oh, that was weird. Yeah, apparently it's over there. But I could use a little bit of a schmurder. Shotgun. Man. What the hell are you doing, dude? Neat. I do like Terminal Decreed. Was that the music or was that a sniper rifle? Aha, there it is. Oh, hey, buddy. See the last one? I could have swore there was 3 over here. Oh well. Alright, let's go the fun way. Whee! God, that feels good, dude. Oh, it's this one. Is that really the way I should have...
Oh, what an amazing smell you've uncovered, Nomad. Your keen senses make this so...
Let's just get some pips back for skills is all I'm doing this for. Vampire life with wee! Yes, yes I am. Here, we're going back the fun way. Wait, what are you? Not that. Oh, you're a propane tank. Like, help me. Jesus. Did we just send it into orbit? Oh, that was weird. More people fight. Oh, wait. Hold. Aha. Huh.
I did it! Sorry, dispatch. Never done this before.
The cops won! Damn. Interesting. Okay. The fucking arm on you? What do you mean? Hello. I now need this game. It feels good. The thing is, though, that's the vampire sprint, which counts as, what's the word?
I confess, I'm starting to enjoy our conversations. Somewhat.
Masquerade breaking. That's the words I was looking for.
that
It's
fine
masquerade breaking,
aroma.
so you have to do it on the
Assume you
rooftops
have
and
a
stuff.
parcel for me.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jax. Stamped bread over every egg.
In blend.
Nice. I forgot that she gives us...
You have a pleasant night.
Goodness, I forgot that she gives us, stuff. Hi, Ember. What trouble are you getting into? Why did you punch me? Alright. We're gonna go to Nico. We're gonna do a bunch of the side stuff first. Especially because Nico's not that far. Always punching? How could you? How could you? I'm hanging in there. I'm doing pretty good. We're doing a fundraiser. Having a good old casual time. I got the game I've been waiting years for, and I just get to play it. So I am happy to donate any of the proceeds for stream or anything that people are willing to donate. Right to Gamers Outreach.
I hear you're blowing up warehouses now. Are you trying to break the masquerade, Sheriff?
Is there someone who needs my
I
attention?
didn't blow it up. Why is everybody telling them that I was the one that blew it up?
This is Alicia's bracelet.
What was that sound?
Alicia signed the papers that condemned her mother to life in a psychiatric hospital. Alicia snorted the remains of the family wealth up her nose.
I will deal with this. Take care, Nico.
Okay. To blow things up? Shut up. You can't prove that. Wait. Oh, it's a cinch. It's a cinch trail. All right. We need to pause it for the ad break. Yoink. Yoink. Words on stream. And I need to run to the bathroom again. Oh my god, you fucking goofball. To blow things up? I would be, but I'm not the one who's trying to break the masquerade here. Shut up. Mind your business. Mind your business. All right, I'll be back in a minute, guys. I gotta run to the bathroom. Have a good time. Don't burn anything down. I also need to go see what that sound was. I think it was Coco, but I'm not sure. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? Who died? Everybody's still alive? Sound off. Welcome back from the ad break. This is an impromptu, what do we call it? Work check. Sound off because Twitch sucks. Anyway. Who's not dead? I need to know. And if you've been sitting here lurking this entire time, yes, I'm talking to you, the person who is going to say something. It's going to be a first-time chatter. Hi, how are you doing? How's the car repair going? Did you remember to pay your water bill? I am dead. You will be remembered, Rocket. You'll be remembered. 07s for Rocket. 07s for Rocket. Remember to pay my water bill on Friday? Good. Excellent. Not a first time chatter? I don't know. I know y'all are hiding out there. I see you're thinking about it. You don't want to reveal yourself because you've been watching stream for 2 years straight and never said anything. Hi, Killer. How are you doing? All right. Lol, Elder. Hi, Erdine. I'm awesome, Killer. I'm enjoying the shit out of this game. I am having a grand old time. Hole in the wall, hole in the wall. That's Kasumi stuff. I think after this, after we do Nico's thing, we're going to go to the Glacier Hotel to talk to Lou again. Actually, that may not be Lou. That may be Anda. I think it is Anda. Running with it. Anyway, back to our investigation. Yes, that's what we're doing. Right, investigation. You think this one's gonna get murdered by the cops? I feel like this one's gonna get murdered by the cops. Maybe. I mean, it does look like you. What the fuck are you? What? Why did you go up there? You're supposed to just be a person. Okay, also hold on. Oh shit, why do there have to be cops here? Hey, buddy.
Wrong place, wrong time, buddy.
We'll go this way and see if we can find... Come on.
Fucking student loans.
Wait, what? Is that a police officer coming this way? Come on. It's fine. It's fine. He won't see me. He won't see me. What is... Afternoon, Oscar. On the other side over there. That's weird. That's her.
I hope Mom doesn't ruin Christmas again this year. This is going straight.
I don't think we've seen this model before. Let me bump into you real hard. Oh, there we go.
Shit out of you!
I'm sure you will. Let's go. Here, we know the alley's this way. There's a gun there for some reason.
Son of a fucking bitch!
Where did you get that? Hello?
That should see Nico satisfied. Let's drop in on him.
Fine, fine, fine. Oh, like there had to be somebody up there. Only a single person up here? Now there's two. Okay, that's fine. University in the US that teaches people the Lord of the Rings is racist? What? More fights going on over there. Shit, I jumped right into the barrel. Smooth move, jackass. Hi, guys. Why are y'all all over? I just got experience, I guess, for one of the ones that engaged with me dying. Okay. All right, we're good. What does purple mean? In terms of the the silhouettes flickering purple? It's fear. Jesus, guys, still having a time up there? What y'all doing? Cops really aren't reacting very well. Okay. Pretty good so far. I'm enjoying the shit out of it.
Good to see you still in one piece.
She had a machete.
Alicia's story has ended in waste and tragedy. Ah well, there will be another spoiled princess along tomorrow.
Okay.
I hope your night is
I don't think I have enough anything to get. Here, let's see. Ability tree, Banoakim. Ooh. Then again, oh, we're short some pink. Let's go get some pink, and then we'll come back. Which shouldn't be too hard with this. Oh, there's one right here. We only need 2.
Hey, pretty. Want to spend a night with a real man?
Maybe. You gonna follow me? Hey, buddy. Come here. Come all the way in.
You know you want it, bitch.
Come here. Okay, we're good. Hi, Tootsie. How are you doing? All right, we need one more. Yep. Oh, there's one. Shouldn't be too hard to induce. How are you doing, ma'am?
Hi there. You're quite the looker, aren't you?
We shall be gorgeous together.
Perfect. Let's make this a night to remember.
Okay. Cool bro bite strikes again. Here we go. Also, wait. Oh, it's her. She's the one that's being marked. That's fine.
I need this. A stressful quarter.
Another guy's already left, so we're probably good. You coming? Ma'am.
Can I borrow your phone after? Mine's out of charge.
Come on. It's fine. Catching ass like nothing teaches me the ways. Aura? Look good, be confident, be a badass 400-year-old vampire with sick tattoos. Afternoon, Oscar. We're gonna get the most expensive one just because we can right now. Nap time. Have a good night, DeAndre.
Will you assist me again, Nico?
Yes, of course, my friend.
Yeah, this is the one that I want.
I have been looking forward to this. Please, drink and enjoy.
Thing too is we can get soon-ish if we get the mastery.
I hope that was refreshing.
I hope
Sure.
your night is pleasant.
All right. So we have Unseen Aura. Sprinting while crouching triggers a fast prowl throw to the ground. That I really want. I really want that. All right, what do we get? Ah, damn it. Not as cool. I'm guessing the one I'm looking for is this one down here. Darn. We've done none of the Bruja stuff. We've got none of the Bruja powers. What are those again? Lightning Strike, Charge, Taunt, Earth Shock. Ooh. Wait, that's actually really good. Blink is always useful, but again, I still like Shadow Step. No. We've had different nights. We've had different nights. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna go to the glacier first. Okay, yeah, this is an Onda mission. Shit's burning down, yo. No, it doesn't do the thing where, like, Bloodlines 1 was technically supposed to take over, like, multiple nights, but you never really had a transition moment. This game actually gives you transition moments where you're like, all right, go back to your haven, come back the next night, and that's when you can progress. And I do like that. Oh, there's a pissed off person here. No Ossifer? Let's go, buddy.
Hey, what the fuck?
Come on.
You after my money?
Maybe. Maybe I am. Who's asking?
Jesus, it's cold tonight.
Oh, there had to be a cop back here.
Jesus! Help me!
Fuck off, cop.
Help! They're crazy!
Nah, it's fine. Okay. Now we can go talk to Onda. Hmm. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me check something. Appearance, not that. I want this. 150 and 400. Okay. Because if we can get the mastery, being able to crouch and sneak at the same time and move fast would be awesome.
What do you need? You really want to know me, Nomad? I could do with relieving stress, and it'd be good to have someone to beat on.
Yes, I want to know you.
Meet me in room 1408 in 10 minutes. Be waiting. On your knees. Oh no. Don't you move 1 inch.
I only wish to serve.
Oh no, we're bottoming. No! Pathetic. God damn it. God damn it, no man.
Gotta say, I'm impressed. Maybe next time I'll find your limit.
Okay.
Is there trouble I can deal with?
Looks like it. One of the biker gangs is trying to take over one of our interests. Look for Henry and his crew behind the Dutchman. Upstairs thinks Seattle doesn't need them.
And by upstairs, you mean Lou Graham?
She has the court's best interest in mind.
Okay.
I will deal with it. Pleasure as always, Onda.
All right, there's our first schmecks. Okay, hold on. I already forgot which ones we needed. Pink and purple. Okay. So we need at least 2 pink and at least 2 purple. Okay, that's fine. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Come on, buddy. This is a good spot.
Oh,
All right. I don't think we can induce fear. That's a homeless person. I think if we put on the La Sombra outfits, we probably could.
wow, you're beautiful.
Oh, wait, maybe
I was
not.
having a bad night until you showed up.
Nope. Nope, didn't work.
How am I supposed to get clients on a night like this?
Foot spa. Okay. They're still going? Why is there so much fighting?
I moved to Seattle to get away from weather like this.
All right, so let's go get this person. Howdy, buddy. Can I talk to you? No, I can't talk to you? Damn it. Here's Nico. So if I could find them near here, that would be the best. Here, you know what? Let's do it this way. We'll play the outfit con game. We'll do the Sin Eater.
What is it? Did I miss a meeting or something?
Okay.
Sorry. I was hoping for intellectual connection. Good day.
Listen, you don't have to. Fuck!
How was that intimidating?
Please, don't hurt me!
I don't know why that was intimidating, but
They're
okay.
Crazy.
Am I? Am I crazy? Howdy, buddy.
This isn't
No,
happening.
damn it! Run into the alley, damn it. Excuse me, officer.
Appreciate some help.
I'm taking my frantically afraid Asian man for a walk.
Get the fuck away from me!
Come on, go in the alley. Thank you. Get him around
Help!
the bend.
Someone help!
No, damn it! Okay, it's fine. The person has their back turned. Mandatory shaking of Ordain? Yes, shake the Ordain. Shake the Ordain. To get away from snow? Yeah, did you hear the person who said that? There's another one over here that we can get.
Please, I have nothing. You have everything. Just leave me alone.
Sorry. I was hoping for intellectual connection. Good day.
Please, I don't have anything for you. What's wrong
I
with
still,
you?
why is that an option? What does that icon mean? Does anybody know? God damn it. I didn't realize that was the road right there. You son of a bitch.
What I give for bed. Get away from me.
Wait, how did we go all the way to yellow? Oh shit, he's coming. You didn't see shit, Oscar. Fine, totally fine. Hi, Oscar.
Spare $1? Really appreciate
Don't worry about it. If you feed in the open, that bar at the top, that like circle eye thing, that's the masquerade thing. If you break it all the way, you die.
Look, I'm having a bad night. One professional to another. Mind leaving me alone?
I think we'll just go with
Your
this.
intelligence is sorely lacking.
What does that have to do with anything?
Help! They're crazy!
Oh, is it from the mission? The one we did for the Lou? Also, there's a pink one there that we need.
Stay away from me, you lowlife!
Fine, it's fine. We'll go for a run. You'll work
Please,
it out.
Don't hurt me!
Oh, I could have actually bit into that dude. Nobody could see me across here. Damn it. Alright, where are we?
I fucking hate downtown.
Where are we going? There's so many people tucked back here. Oh, this was the same place we were with the other person. A lot of people here. A lot of people here.
Help! Someone help!
I think it's very funny that the when somebody's angry is coming after us, the police gun them down.
Help. I'll pay you $1,000.
But when we're chasing a person, wait, no, come back!
Police.
Fuck! God!
Help!
I was like, was that person chasing after us? Yes, if we break the masquerade, somebody appears behind us and stakes us. We're pretty still as Tully. If we fuck up, Tully just kills us. Alright, where was that pink one? I think they got up and walked away. That's fine. I'm pretty sure we got the ones that we needed for this. Yeah, okay, so we still need 2 for pink. So we'll swap back to. Hell yeah. Pink? 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 Any pink? Hello? Is there really no pink around here? Seriously? Those are some terrifying voices. Why are we screaming, Ordain? Oh, there's so many cops here. Okay, there's one.
Oh, I think I'm lost.
Oh, I almost hit F.
Oh my god, look at you, gorgeous.
We would be rather stunning together.
I like screaming.
You just hit the jackpot.
I suppose.
I moved to Seattle to get away from weather like this.
You got anywhere in mind?
Buddy, are you stuck? Why did you sit down?
Maybe I'll just call it sick. I'll follow your lead. So, your place or mine? Pay off these fucking stupid loans.
I'm pretty sure those people over there can see me. Let's go this way.
Ha ha! Let's find a place we can really have fun.
Why did you just turn around?
So, where are we going?
We're gonna risk it. God damn it. Stop. Son of a fucking bitch, dude. Uh-oh. That was just a jump. Are you serious? Oh, hi.
Have the courage to tell her how I really feel.
The jump was enough to set him off? Seriously? fucking goofy, dude. Fucking goofy. You jumped over a rail in front of me! Come on. Wait. Over there. Aha.
Shouldn't have walked.
There's another person right here that we can get. Hey, buddy. Another biker.
Whoa, hey, sexy. Wanna let me make your engine purr?
Let us make something beautiful.
Fuck yeah. Let's get
Mandatory booping of Ordain. No, you're supposed to shake Ordain.
Bad night to our heels.
Don't hold back, baby. I like it rough.
I kind of hope this works. God damn it! Motherfucker! Y'all suck! Stop doing PDA in the fucking corner. Go on, get. God damn it, dude. I'm never going to be able to get the points that we need for this ability. Okay, that's the group we need to go for this mission, but that's fine. Wink. What about you? Are you actually interested?
I wouldn't mind taking that ass for a spin.
We could have such a beautiful time.
Even the two people just making out in the corner are apparently aware enough to see somebody else seeming looking like they're making out in the corner. Apparently was fucking good enough. You don't want to go that way. What the fuck? Huh?
I hope you like it rough.
Okay, well there's nobody back here now, right? So we should be good. Question mark?
I could look at that ass all day.
Okay. At least we finally got something. Alright, let's see if that's actually enough. Okay, yeah, we got enough. We'll do that. We'll go back after we do Anda's mission.
Back off! I'm warning you.
Buddy, what are you doing? You're an enemy, right?
Really appreciate some help.
Yes, I don't think I can attack him here. Okay, so this is the area. Hi, guys. Do you know what we should do? I don't think I got any of them.
Beware the masquerade. Oh, they deserve that. Anda will be pleased.
That worked great. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, we'll go talk to Tully. We're right here.
Makes sense to see Tolly after his little tip went so far off the rails.
I think maybe that was the group of bikers that I saw in one of the trailers that we were supposed to fight. Excuse me, guys. Y'all are in the fucking way. Alright. What is Tully doing here? He needs to be in the back where Vinny was? He needs to be upstairs. Howdy, dude. Where's Tully? Oh, of course. You down there? No, that's something else. That's something outside. Pretty sure? I can't open this door. Here, let's talk to Silky.
Well, no, not many unknowns come strolling.
Oh yeah, we haven't
into
talked to
here so
Silky at all.
boldly, especially amongst the heartbeat challenged.
Heartbeat challenged.
They won't give you any trouble. Not in here. Not without my say-so. Name's Silky. This
I
is my
forgot we never
place.
came to talk to him.
These are my people. Riang sent the word round that some of us should offer help to our new sheriff. Help you find your way back to some of the power you used to have.
I'm
I
loving
know
this
of
game,
hand
Bear
at a few
Mama.
things.
It's a good fucking
Reckon I
game.
can give you what you need. You just have to ask.
Okay.
I am not as potent as I once was. Lend me your aid.
It's a big ask. We can try, but no promises.
Mm, 50. We could find another pink on the way back just to pick one up. Yeah, might as well. Because I do want their
I can help
passive
you
at some
remember
point.
your old powers, but you'll need something potently Bruja to bring those memories back. Here.
Is this your blood?
All in all, pretty fantastic. I'm enjoying the shit out of it.
A
But yeah, there are
custom
some
Dutch
bits and
man
pieces where I'm like, come on, work, damn you!
Knock it
Work,
back.
damn you!
It'll put
But
hairs
they're
on
nothing
your chest.
unusual that I haven't had in like very similar games. Let me climb! I say plague every single
stuff.
Dishonored.
Now get out there and wreak some havoc.
Actually, I want to know about you, Silky.
Cozy little spot, isn't it? Ever has it been that love knows not its own depth until the hour of separation.
Wait.
I named it for an old lover.
Indeed.
He was Dutch.
It is better to have loved than lost than never to have
I was
loved
gonna say,
at
that's
all.
not the same poetry that
Sorry.
Lou was spouting, was
just
it?
comes off as pretentious when you do it. You gotta get the rhythm.
You from Seattle?
Are you from Seattle?
Oh no, I've only been here since the 80s. Came for the grunge scene, stayed for the scenery. Though I must admit, the scenery doesn't hook so deep when you can only go out at night.
Tell me about the Bruja in Seattle.
Same as many cities. Far too many opinions to share a vision. And of course, most Bruja aren't too fond of the Camarilla. Starving
Yeah, that makes
ferrets
sense.
in a sack. That's how we were, that's how we are. But
Well,
someone put me forward
Not
to speak for them.
like 200 years
Here I
ago, but
stand.
sure, that's how you are now. All right, we're not gonna flirt with him. Got some damn good stuff. Ooh! All right, where the fuck is Tully? Am I blind? Here, out of curiosity, what outfit did we just unlock? We're at 12 unique outfits, not including not including the others, the clan specific. Nice. Tully. Maybe back here? Oh yeah, there he is.
Here you are again.
Why are you just standing in the corner there, bud?
Looking good, Fire. Actually, forget it. I'm trying to give up lying for Christmas. You look like shit. Glad that nap was shorter than the last one, though. Am I right?
You found me after the explosion. Found me after the
Brianna
explosion.
said you found
I like
me
that one best.
that.
Yeah, there I was, returning from a well-earned midnight snack, frankly looking like one. And all of a sudden, there you are by our front door, looking like a decade-old corpse.
But yes, he totally only has
That's
3
the only
fingers.
truth.
Well, 3
Scuttlebutt says you had a
non-thumb
fiery
fingers.
little tater tot with dear Willem. What will we do without him?
Your concern is touching.
I will pretend this isn't a headache the size of a horse cock. He was our little black book of dates and dainties. Word gets out our hard drive's limp? That's a lot of unsolicited lick pics coming our way.
Sensible approach.
Storing secrets that way was hardly wise.
Oh, sure. If it was me, I'd have staked him, hollowed him out, and stuffed paper copies up inside him. Much more functional and a neat conversation piece. But I'm not the one who set fire to the piñata. I am telling you, we're gonna have to claw our way back out of the lack of fucking info hole.
Also,
Since you're the
private
one who
servers
stuck our
wouldn't have been
dicks in
that
the
bad.
blender,
Completely
you gonna help me
disconnected
fish
from
them out?
a network.
Now, I know Benny had
It's
himself some
possible.
insurance.
Would have been better use
His
than just
own
being like,
book of
here's the
shaft,
one guy that knows
squirreled
all our
away at
shit.
his office in the SPD. Now I could go and get it, but I'm not gonna. It's up to you, oh officer of the law. Happy fishing.
I'll tell you, you're getting kind of mean. What happened? I'd rather you go back to lying. Okay. Am I gonna need to sneak through the police office? Uh-oh.
Oh, back to the old stomping ground, huh? I wonder how Seattle PD are managing. No Benny, no Detective Fabian.
Here, before we go do that, I want to go back to Aurora, which is totally fine, because they're basically down the same street. We also need to find a pink on the way. Oh, speak of the devil. Hello, ma'am. That's not a ma'am. Wait, is your voice broken?
All the ways we could transfigure each other.
Servers, can I steal them? No! Here, I think we can go into this. Also, wait, what was that?
Take me where you want me.
Oh god, I'm lagging a little bit. Are you coming? Where'd you go? Come on. Remember, kids, I don't care how cool you think it is. Getting an animal print outfit or a jacket or pants is never a good look. Those were some interesting noises. Okay. Okay. All right, yeah, police station's there. We're gonna hang a right instead and go to Nico. Because now we should be able to get both this and the mastery. What is it, mute? I think is the last one we don't have. I don't need to have the vision on. Piznachios. You know, I kind of want to try to make these. What is that, like, right there? They look like nuts or something. See, there's whole tomato, well, half grape tomatoes, pepperoni, cheese, tiny basil leaves. Go to bed. Good night, Ordained. Sleep well. Thank you for the last mandatory view message. All right, Nico.
It is good to see you again.
Will you assist me again, Nico?
Yes, of course,
Who's
my
putting
friend.
nuts in the pizza tacos? No, pizza nachos.
You have awakened much from my clan fire. Would you like to try something new? I find that drinking from the vein is a more intense and enjoyable experience for both parties.
Uh-oh.
I'm sure you know of such bliss. Would you find this agreeable?
Yes, I think I would enjoy that.
Excellent. I have a sofa in my back office. Only slightly used.
Wait, do we just get to skip straight to seducing if we master all of the abilities?
Ah, that was deeply enjoyable.
We're the Sombra. We're playing the Sombra.
But enjoyable enough.
How do you... it's no big deal.
Be well.
Alright. What was that last outfit that we got? That's the one of the Banu Hakim outfits? God, that looks so goofy. If that wasn't a, like, knee-length coat, it'd be way cooler. Is that Campbell's suit? I can't tell for sure. Oh, well. Let's go see real quick. I don't think we're gonna have enough points to get anything from this lady. But we'll see.
Nico said there was an explosion? I bet it was fucking beautiful.
I like her.
I would like your aid to awaken some of my power.
Ready when you are.
Okay, we can grab something. Might as well.
So they say drinking Toreador blood will help you wake up some old memories?
Mayhaps.
I don't normally screw with this kind of stuff, so no promises. You'll find some freshly squeezed patience juice in the jar in front of you. The one on the left. The one on the right's paint water.
Not the paint water. Sipping the non-paint jar. Wow.
Welcome to the world of the divas, babe.
Okay.
I look forward to talking again.
All right. Now, what does their fit look like? Oh, it's hideous. Give me that shit back. And then we'll go ahead and unlock this one. Hell yeah, dude. Now we can just sprint while we're crouching. Patience is? Wait. Oh, no. Okay, we got one that's upstairs. Yeah, each one of these seems to be in essentially a crucial location to the game. Hold on, let me check the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did we find one here before? I don't think so. I still have not been doing these security camera things. I don't know what the security cameras look like. Also, we can unmark you. All right, let's go to the police station. I wonder if they're technically calling cards. Gotta delete the footage of the bottoming? What? Why would I do that? Uh-oh. Oh! Step inside, step inside.
Okay, careful how you play it. You're not supposed to be here, and they will not like you snooping around. Benny's office is dead ahead. Make it sneaky now.
Dead ahead, right there? Welcome to the worst part of the game, in my opinion. Ah,
fuck. Locked. Breaking that will raise a ruckus. I think there's a vent at the back. If I remember rightly, there's another in my office. You could try that.
Okay.
You going out Saturday?
Nah. Jenna was gonna drive over, but this snow.
Oh, damn, sorry. My place is free. We could, grab a couple of beers, watch a movie.
Just invite the homie over to fuck.
Did you hear about Smitty?
Yeah, how's he doing?
Not good. Not good at all.
8 times reset. When you get caught, does it just, oh, hey.
Started a collection.
Well, good. Gonna be a rough haul for kids.
Stranger! Stranger danger!
Wait, you're still here? Buddy.
Fox in the coop! It's the fox in the cops!
God damn it, Lemon!
I call him Lemon.
Lemony Moss! Lemony Moss!
Will you shut the hell up, man?
Okay.
Fabio, come on.
God damn it!
And food for you, Fabio.
What the hell, Lemon? Who rattled your cage? Just keep it down.
Wait, there's something. Book of forms for standard arrest reports. There's a number of entries for a blonde man who's been repeatedly cited for drunk and disorderly conduct. The name is John Doe Lemon. Small postscript tucked inside the cover. Hold until he can get an ITA request up. He needs help and try and get a real name.
There's still a guy out there.
Hey, do they know where the kook is?
Seriously?
Smithy must have locked up for me. I guess my key is.
What the heck does he have
in
on
my
the
pocket.
chief?
Damn. Oh wait, my spare is.
I have no idea.
Somewhere.
None at all.
Maybe in the evidence room. Smithy kept it handy because I kept leaving it open.
Oh man. Oh. 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 Where are you? Fabian AWOL again. When he shows up, tell him Captain wants a word. Spare keys in evidence room. Cool.
Good work. I reckon Smithy must have stashed my keys. Damn, more company.
Oh shit. Long forgotten evidence. Amount of dust in this box shows that no one's been interested in taking this case on for a long time. No longer pertinent. Do not follow orders from Captain. That means use something in. That is a shitty redaction.
Just gotta stay out of his way. Aha! Thanks, Smithy. Let's get into my office.
Anything else in here? Uh-oh. Wait, what's in there? Son of a bitch, something's in there. And I want it! Ooh? Maybe it's just... Well, no, it's not lighting up. It's gotta be something. Wait, something's over here too. Werewolf fur discovered while searching the Seattle police station. The writings in the box says that it's part of a local hoax, but to the nose of the nomad, the coarse fur in the box is not a forgery. Tag indicates that this was picked up on the outskirts of the city in Schmitz Park. Eyewitnesses report seeing a large dog, but animal control has not found any such creature. Okay, I'm thinking he's just always gonna have his back turned. Small stack of papers held together with a paperclip, including graphics, printed photographs of Benny's bloodied body, forensic reports, and blood splatter analysis, but no witness testimony. A strange note has been clipped to the front. Effective immediately, all investigative efforts concerning the recent death of Captain Muldoon are to cease. You're instructed to close all active case files and transfer any related documentation to a secure facility. Further inquiries or attempts to continue this investigation will be met with severe consequences. This matter is not of our jurisdiction. No further communication on this topic is authorized. Pardon me? Please go away. Ooh. Okay. Okay, bye.
Well, welcome to my humble abode.
Sorry.
I see the cleaners haven't been in, which is how I like it. I wonder who'll get it.
Okay.
I hope it's not McNally.
That's totally fine.
This is not how I expected an elder to spend their time. Dolly, you'd better appreciate this. Is now a bad time to say I don't like tight spaces?
Can you get a skip on the ad break? Not skip, a snooze on the ad break.
Oof. Finally.
That's a knife.
That's just the ticket.
That's it?
Okay. My buddies here get upset if you try to break in. Walking out, less of an issue. If you act natural, you might be able to breeze straight out the front door.
Okay, I can't even crouch anymore, so that seems to be the case that we have to do.
Over at the plastics warehouse.
Oh yeah? Wow, I heard that was toxic. Respirators, all that.
Let's get out
All
of
right.
here.
All right,
We
we're going
should
back
get
to Tully.
And hope Benny's book is a solid boost to his spirits.
Okay. We're doing an awful lot of collecting of very important documents. For people that are dead. Missed it? What do you mean missed it? Oh, the tape? Wait, what do you mean tape? What do you mean tape? Oh, so what was that? Hold on. Something's back there. That's inside, isn't it? All right. I feel like this is going to be a gold cross. This is going to be what's there. Because right there. There's no way inside, right? Why is this one so sensitive? Enjoying the game? I am enjoying the shit out of this game. Hi, Raccoon. How are you doing? All right, let's go talk to Tully. I want to know what that is. That door's not open. Dolly. Dolly. Are you gonna be nice to me now?
How's my favorite force of destruction? Any trouble?
There's always trouble. We're doing I am trouble.
I am the trouble. Here.
Neato. I can start grilling Benny's old flames. But don't think you're in the clear yet. While you're here, I want to ask you a question.
What is your position, Tully? Are you the Sinistore?
What do you think of Rion? Her leadership, to be precise.
Is it for you or for her?
Who is asking? You or Rion?
Last I checked, I'm definitely not wearing the prince's hat. This is me. Come on, Golden Oldie. Been a long time since the Jurassic era. You've seen a lot of courts, so what advice would you give the new boss?
Vice Prince needs to
Prince
adapt.
without allies is not long for this world. They need to adapt, to make accommodation.
I'm doing pretty good. I'm having a pretty good day.
So she
I
can
get to
do
play my
this.
vampire
With
game.
your help, of course.
Keep up the bullshit. Tali is awesome.
You think this is a farce?
I took notes, didn't I? Relax, Nomad. You don't need to take off. Why not stay a while?
Sure, why not?
Fine.
Did you work for Campbell?
You
Oh,
did
we can
this
finally
work
get to
for
ask Tully
Prince Campbell?
questions? Shit,
Yeah,
let's go.
Family-sized business douchebag that he was. You think Ryong is tight around the sphincter? JJ was way worse. And before you say it, no, I didn't get him chopped. I stared him straight. Well, my own version of straight.
How did he end?
Okay.
He ran down a rabbit hole without telling anyone where he was going and completely lost his head. We
Yeah,
found
that's
the
usually how it
wreckage
happens.
laid out in Pioneer Square with some thin blood spoken at it.
10
Head's
hours?
still missing,
12 hours?
though.
Something like that?
You find it? Stick it in the nearest mailbox.
I don't know
We'll try
exactly how long
stitching
it's been.
it back on.
Do not be foolish.
If that's how you feel, you can make like a tree and be boring somewhere else.
No,
Till
I want to
next
ask you more
time.
questions.
See
No!
this.
No! Tully, no! God damn it. I wanted to harass him more. All right. How much does one WL2 whores mean, dog? What? English? Okay. Let me see real quick. What do we have? The hole in the wall.
The Anarchs might have a different view of what's happening out there on the streets.
Actually, I think we're gonna call it here, chat. I want to keep playing, I really do, but people are gonna be home any minute. So I need to wrap up. I don't like doing the like weirdly quiet streams that I end up doing whenever people get home. I'm really hoping that's... Okay, that looks kind of goofy, but that's fine. We'll leave it like that for now. That is a-okay. Now we need to go find, which I think Geeky's actually live, so maybe we'll raid Geeky. Yes, Geeky is live. All right. Hot and spicy Cheez-Its? What? What? Tall? Listen, it's fine. Let me just... Listen, this is fine. I will see you guys tomorrow at noon CDT. We'll actually do an hour of chatting before we play the game tomorrow. I promise. I promise we'll do at least the hour of chatting. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying Vampire with me. I'm having a good time with it. Even if it is taking me a while to get through it, I'm still having a grand old time. But I hope you enjoyed some Stream with Geeky. If you can't hang out and listen, at least leave a lurk. It is always greatly appreciated. It always makes their day. Until then, though, I will catch you later.